A very good morning and labas rytas. Welcome along to round 4 of the Rotax Max Lithuania Challenge for 2024. We're at a new circuit for myself, Alex Goldschmidt, welcoming you all to the official live stream. Aukštadvario, which is around about 60 kilometers west of the Lithuanian capital city of Vilnius. It's 1,200 meter, 15-turn anti-clockwise circuit is the backdrop for concluding what will be the second third of this year's season. Of course, it's been a 2-month break since round 3 at Šiauliai, which also was the opening round of this year's Nordic Challenge for 2024. And it is a real pleasure to welcome you along. Big thank you to our team at No Limits, led by Edgar's and his crew, who will be providing the live stream action. We have got another 2 rounds after this. We will return back to Aukštadvario on the 24th of August, and then the 6th and final round, which will decide our ticket winners for this year for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, the 25th anniversary, that will be heading to the Circuito Internazionale Napoli in Sano, southern Italy, between the 19th and the 26th of October. That'll take place on the 14th of September. Got a very, very busy day in the office here at Aukštadvario, and plenty of drivers that will be taking part. And I hope you're all keeping well. We are very much soon to get underway with our first bit of racing action. Local time at the moment is 20 past 11 as the Micro Max drivers and the under 9 Micro Max drivers are just being instructed on how this is to run. And it is quite a big grid as well. 17 young drivers in total. All of them, all apart from one representing Lithuania, one representing Latvia, as one of the drivers from the Lithuanian squad, run by Martinas Stankevičius, who just so happens to be the series organizer and has competed for Lithuania at multiple grand finals over the past few years. But with the Baltic region very much having a lot of talent coming from the 3 representative nations, Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia, it is great to see that karting, as always, is one of the most likeable and one of the most challenging forms of motorsport. You look at who's currently in Formula 1, such as 3-time defending and reigning world champion Max Verstappen, Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, Alex Albon, George Russell, et al. And I have to give a shout out to a fellow Rotax voice, of course the voice of the Grand Finals himself, who is currently at Paul Fletcher International, as the Motorsport UK Kart Masters British Kart Grand Prix is taking place as we speak at the home of British karting, Paul Fletcher International. So a very good morning to Henry Baudet, Piers Pryor and Nicole Sutherland, who are on duty at the home of British karting. So a lot of action going on. There is also the FIA, CIK FIA European Championships, I think, for OK Senior, and also for the Academy Trophy this weekend. So there is going to be a little bit of interest diverted over to Sweden, over in Scandinavia. But there you can see wonderful countryside here in Aukštadvario, along with fantastic sunny weather conditions. And a lot of discussion going on down here between some of the people. So they are, you've got a lot of eagle eyes on what's happening here at the circuit. But also from my perspective, having, being given the opportunity, thanks to Martinas Stankevičius last year, to head to Šiauliai for the first time at Drift and Go. A wonderful experience, able to do that again this year. But it is very much, in many respects, as we say to Reekley F on the YouTube chat, good morning. Yes, good morning to you as well. So the grids have already been decided by timed qualifying. And there is the number 3 Energy Corsa chassis of Galis Brensons that I think took pole position in qualifying practice earlier on, and it was next to nothing, 6/1000 separating the two drivers on the front row. And it's a very twisty, very technical circuit in comparison to what I've seen at Charlet. Charlet very fast, very flowing. You can hear a little bit of breeze in the background as well from the locality. And what's more, it is going to be a real test. This is the setting for the next 2 rounds of the championship. So after this, there's going to be a 3-week turnaround, then we're going to be back here racing. And what's more, it is also going to be live streamed once again. So the last few bits of discussion happening. We're just 5 minutes away from getting underway with the racing here at Aukštadvario. Please don't forget, if you are watching, don't forget to like, share and subscribe as well. Don't forget to follow the Rotax Max Lithuania challenge on respective social medias. So type in at Rotax Max Lithuania in Facebook and give that page a like. And also, if you are an Instagram user, it is at rmc.lt. Those are the social medias that you need to follow to keep up to date with everything that is happening. Reference RMC Lithuania for 2024. Also, a big thank you to your racing supplies through kartodromas.com, one of the supporters of the championship this season. So, for those wondering, you will see in the description down below, you will see the actual timetable for today. So we will have our first set of heats, which will include micro under 9, minimax, junior and junior hobby, senior hobby and senior masters. DD2 and DD2 Masters will be amalgamated, and then we'll have the Nano semi-final ahead of Baby. Then we'll go on to the lunch break at 1:15 local time. So if you are watching from the United Kingdom, it'll be 11:15 in the morning. For those in continental Europe, that'll be 12:15, and then we'll have a half-hour break, and then we'll get back underway with Heat 2. Then as the same order, and then we'll head to the Nano final on the at around about 3 o'clock this afternoon local time here in Lithuania, and then Baby will include the second set of heats. Of course, Baby, where we see the youngest of young drivers in this championship. Of course, a very different situation for them. We will basically let the drivers in the Baby class be the stars of our show, so you'll have some karting ASMR throughout the programming. And then the finals start at around about 3:30 local time this afternoon with micro under 9, then mini at about 10 to 4 local time, junior and junior hobby 4:10. Around 4:30 is when we get underway with senior hobby and senior masters, and then DD2 and DD2 Masters will close out the show. A lot of regular teams as part of this championship, so the likes of AGS, SM Racing, MRG, and of course the Lithuanian Beryl Art Squad, which I have never decided to try and attempt to. I'm sure that Martinez will indulge me at some point, but we are set and ready very shortly to get underway with our first heats. Of course, the first set of heats for micro and micro under 9 and mini will take place over 6 minutes plus an additional lap. Junior hobby, senior hobby and senior masters 8 minutes plus an additional lap. 10 minutes plus an additional lap for the heats for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Nano will take place over 6 minutes plus a lap. And then for both Baby races that we'll see a little bit later on, 12 minutes for them. But it's more of a time trial, if you will. And again, just whenever I've gone over to Lithuania or Latvia, it's always kind of reminded of where I currently reside at the moment in Manningtree in North Essex, whereby we have very lush green countryside. Of course, the weather over here in the United Kingdom is, let's just say it this way, it's cloudy, a little bit more cloudy, but still quite warm. So the engines are set and up and running. So, without further ado, let's get the action underway for round 4 of RMC Lithuania for 2024. Here is your starting grid. Carlos Brensons will start from pole position, and alongside will be the number 17 of Emilis Juozaitis, Emilis Kapkauskas and Jokubas Vaskelis will be on row 2. Oskaras Pikovas and Salivai Kute will be on row 3, ahead of Remigius Kiausiunas and Tarasim Nikas. Oskaras Bakutis and Leonas Zarikov will be on row 5, completing the top 10, with Kasparas Kazamikas, Vakaris Tennis rounding out row 6. Jonas Gelzins, Aras Pascalis, Bagtrius will be on row 7. Andreas Manusis, Domas Norkus and Sarunas Aramambitius will be on the final few positions of the grid. The drivers into formation in the 2x2. Rolling start here as customary in Rotax racing circles. And it is going to be a case of getting into the tram lines, getting the start that you need, as we will get underway very shortly for 6 minutes plus an additional lap. A bit of bumping and boring as they come out of the final corner. Into the tram lines we go, and the timer counts down. We are underway, and a really good start by Juozaitis as round the outside goes the number 17 in the opening couple of corners. One of the drivers goes slightly off track, kicks up the dust as we head into the very twisty hairpin section. So Juozaitis and Brensons round out the top 2. Kapkauskas has gone all the way up from 5th to 3rd in the opening exchanges as we head into the far part of the circuit. Now, this is also very technical. You've just got to keep yourself on the racing line here. This is a very, very tight hairpin that comes back onto itself. Then you've got a very, very short right-left combination. So it is going to be Juozaitis that leads the way. Brenson second. Kapkauskas in 3rd place. And Jokubas Vaskelis holding on to 4th at the moment. And there's a bit of a gap between Vaskelis and Pikovas. Vaikute is rounding out the top 6 at the moment. A total of 17 drivers in the under 9 and combined. Oh, there's a nice move up there. Was that a move? That was a move. Kapkauskas gets through on Brensons, who also loses out to Jokubas Vaskelis, and now the floodgates are opening because everyone is closing on in. So 4.5 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap, and Emilis Juozaitis with the best lap so far, 57.415, leads by over 0.3 of a second after the opening lap. We're on lap 2, and with this circuit it is very much the case of who is going to put their best foot forward. At the moment it's Juozaitis who goes across the line. Lead now is nearly half a second as Vaskelis dives up the inside through at turn 2 on Kapkauskas and takes 2nd place. And Brensons has now got Oskaras Pikovas. Salivakute has just put in the fastest lap of the race of 56.378, but is losing time. The top 5 covered by 1.2 seconds after the opening 2 laps of the race meeting. But Juozaitis is trying to pull away from those behind. Vaskelis in 2nd. Kapkauskas 3rd. Brenson's holding on to 4th at the minute. Pikovas and Vaikute, they are not that far behind. So 1.5 seconds covers the top 6 as we come around the final corner, turn number 15, to complete lap number 3. And Juozaitis still holding on with about a half a second advantage. Vaikute has got the fastest lap of the race in the pockets, and the top 6 covered by just over 1.3 seconds. And there is going to be a change. Pikovas loses out to Vaikute. Nice little move by the number 98. It's the short shoot into the next few corners. You can just see how much momentum these drivers are carrying. Vakaris Tennis has dropped all the way down to 14th from around 9th position. So a couple of drivers have been suffering with a few dramas along the way. But now Vasquez is closing in. 2.25 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And the gap was half a second. It's now been decimated. It's less than 2/10. And Vasquez, new fastest lap, 56.161. Vaikute looking to size up and move on Brensons for that 4th place. But more importantly, Vasquez looking for the race lead. It's not a case of if, it's a case of when does Vasquez get through. And look at the momentum these two youngsters at the front end of the field are showcasing. Really, really good battling between them. Vasquez keeping all the cards to his chest at the moment. Juozaitis waiting to have to react and see what Vasquez might decide to throw up the inside. However, at the moment, as we come round to complete lap number 5, the gap was 0.184 last time around. It's now 0.154, so 3/100ths of a second. Vasquez is in that window. Vaikute is also in the window, trying to get past on Brensons. The drivers really, really just showcasing what we could anticipate in further battles later on today. Juozaitis looking over the left shoulder twice, waiting to see where Vasquez was, and Vasquez is now hustling. Vasquez is now starting to... I've got that sense of urgency about the number 24, who's been behind Juozaitis for the last couple of laps. So, we're going to go on to our penultimate lap of the race. Lap 6 completed, lap 7 now going underway. And Vasquez is looking towards the outside to get the switch and get the undercut, and that's through at turn 2. Great move there by Jokubas Vasquez. Gets through on Emilis Juozaitis. And now Juozaitis fighting back. That's going to bring Kapkauskas into the mix, who dives up the inside of the number 17. That's second for the number 41 now. And oh, careful with the bumpers, boys. They really, really have to watch their P's and Q's here, and a little bit of a hip check. Oh, and Kapkauskas is off. Kapkauskas is off the circuit as the timer now expires. That is a real, real shame. Push comes to shove. Rubbing's racing, but karting is a non-contact sport. Obviously, that's going to be dependent on how the race directors see that incident as we go on to the final lap. Poor old Emilis Kapkauskas now having to pull the car unassisted from the grass. What this has meant is that Salud Vaikute has now closed in on Emilis Juozaitis for that second place. But Jokubas Vasquez has a gap of nearly 6/10 or 7/10 of a second as we're on lap 8 out of 8. And Vaikute jumping up and down in the seat, trying to see if there's an opportunity to get past Vasquez in the, not Vasquez, Juozaitis, my apologies there, through in the final couple of seconds of this race. But we are coming down to the final few throws of this race for Micro and Micro under 9. Well, Jokubas Vasquez is going to take the victory here in Heat 1 and takes it comfortably by over half a second by Emilis Juozaitis. Salud Vaikute takes third. Kalis Brensons, our pole sitter, takes fourth, head of Oskaras Pikovas. Remigius Kriausiunas, Taras Simnikas, Linas Zarikov, Oskaras Bakutis, and Jonas Gelzenis rounding out the top 10. Kasparas Kazemikas, 11th, head of Aras Pascalis Bagatirus. Then we got Vakaris Tennis, Sarunas Amanavicius, Andreas Manusis, Thomas Norkus, and we are still waiting for Emilis Kapkauskas, the number 41, who is running for at least not only the tops in the top 3, but also potentially for the victory, as the number 41 comes out of the final corner and takes the checkered flag. So we look back at the racing a little bit earlier on. It got a bit feisty early doors, but We now have our next set of competitors ready to go out onto the circuit. As next up will be Minimax for 6 minutes plus an additional lap here at Aukštadvario. So there you see the drivers from Micro and Micro Under 9 going through onto the weighbridge and then into scrutineering. And we have had a decision that's actually been made by the stewards that in DD2 Edgar's Vilkans has unfortunately been excluded from qualifying practice earlier on today, as the fuel pump was found to be in the incorrect position post-technical, but we are very much getting ready and waiting for our next race. 6 minutes plus an additional lap for our Mini-Max drivers. 9 drivers set to take part in this particular session. There we go. Engines are revved up, and here we go. Let's have a look at the starting grid for Heat 1 for Minimax. Joris Zigimantas Stankiewicz and Patrikas Jokius are on the front row. Rodrigo Kakars and Domas Kararavicius will be on row 2, with Jonas Bundis and Nomantas Arvasdevicius on row 3. Tavidas Dagis, Lorinis Kararavicius and Emilia Galalivigute will be rounding out the 9-strong grid. Of course, a lot of the drivers from the Baltic regions have been competing here, there and everywhere. Rotax Euro Trophy, B&L Karting Series. Of course, a lot of the representatives were at the recent Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at the place where legends are born, Le Mans International, just off the Porsche curves at the iconic Circuit de la Sarthe at Le Mans. So, the sun beating down on the circuit here at Aukštadvario, as Stankiewicz and Jokius on the front row. They've got to avoid the poles on the left-hand side, and now into the tram lines. Are the lights going to go out first time? So we are under green flag conditions, and Patrikas Jokius quickly gets past Joris Zigimantas Stankiewicz for the race lead. Looks like that's going to be a full start. Red lights did not go out, so full course yellow employed. Full start has been given, and the drivers will have to go round all over again. So once more, just goes to show that sometimes with these kind of situations, we're at that 2/3 of the way through the season, part of the championship. When we come back here in 3 weeks, what I can tell you is this. Actually, not even 3 weeks. What are we now? Yeah, it is going to be 3 weeks, so 2 weeks actually, a fortnight. 3 weeks, so yes, it is going to be the case that the pressure cooker situation will be increased for round 5 of the championship. Got to be very, very careful now. They're all fanning out a little bit here. But let's see if we can get things underway. Second time of asking. Revs rise. Now, don't think we got a clean start on that one. Red flag. Red flag has been given. 2 full starts immediately brings out a red flag. So, red flag has been given. So, the drivers will have to line up on the start-finish straight. And our race director will then have to instruct them as if to say, they could have that person. The race director could have a conversation, very likely, with the fact of having, let's say, pole position could be at fault, person on the outside of the front row, or it could be the entire field that they end up talking to. So, Minimax Heat 1, not quite yet underway because we've got a red flag stoppage after 2 full starts. So our race director currently talking to our pole sitter, Joris Sigimanta Stankiewicz. Just clarification and instruction. At this point in the drivers' careers, yes, the race director could be, let's say, very, very strict on them. But it's also a way in which they can calmly and just say to them, okay, this is how it needs to be played. This is your role within the race start. Now goes over to Patrikos Yokis to have the same kind of conversation. So it is down to the responsibility of the front row to make sure everything's clean. Now, everything fanned out before we actually tried to get the second start underway. Sometimes the drivers being out of position, it can cause a little bit of a problem because they need to be in the tram lines. They cannot break formation until the lights go out. So we do have the traditional red lights on the gantry here at Aukštadvario. So things will be back underway once the green flag is waved and the drivers are then sent around again here at Aukštadvario. So we do have a slight delay to the timetable. So the engines start up once again. So hopefully, third time's a charm here at Aukštadvario for Minimax Heat number 1. So we'll be down to how the race start gets underway this time. And that's going to be quite crucial for these drivers. Because sometimes it doesn't always go the way you think it might. There was 6 minutes plus an additional lap on the timer for both respective heats. It's going to be rapid fire, no doubt about it. Drivers being told to slow, yellow flags waving. As we come into the very twisty part of the 1,200 metre circuit here at Aukštadvario. So Stankovičius and Jokius on the front row. Third time of asking. Let's see. Can we get race sync this time? Into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are out. Third time of asking, we're underway. Stankovičius holds on to the race leaders. Rodrigo Kakas sends it through on the inside of Patrikas Jokius. Going into turns 1 and 2. It's going to be very, very close as Jokius sends it from way back when. Through up on the inside of Rodrigo Kakas, who dives up the inside of the 125 from GS Racing Club. They are wheel to wheel. It's going to be a left-hander, but Jokius still holds his nerve and stays ahead. 125 from Lithuania. These days, based out of Nice. Very, very interesting. I had a chat with him earlier on this season. But Joris Sigimantas Stankovičius holds on to the race lead. Patrikas Jokius in second. Rodrigo Kakas rounds out the top 3 as we complete the opening lap. Fourth is Jonas Pundis on the Paralin chassis, who's moved up. Tavidas Dagis, well, Domas Karadavicius has dropped to 6th. Tavidas Dagis has dropped to 8th place. And Stankovičius has the fastest lap of the race so far off the opening tour, 56.008. And look at the squabbling. Great three-way battle happening as that is the one. I'm trying to catch the numbers. More to the point, that's a wheel-to-wheel exchange. That was the 193 at Tavidas Dagis, I think possibly battling with Laurinis Karadavicius. That would have been for 7th place. There's some great wheel-to-wheel action in the Minimax class. Stankovičius now has the lead of 4/10 of a second ahead of Patrikas Jokius. Laurinis Karadavicius has got past Domas Karadavicius. Not too sure if they are related. Laurinis gets up into 6th place and is 8/10 of a second behind Nomantas Arvasovicius in the 112, who rounds out the top 5. So Joris Sigimantas Stankovičius leads the way ahead of Patrikas Jokius. Rodrigo Kakas, the sole Latvian on this grid, and it's really good to see that whenever we have the Rotax Max Latvia Challenge or the Lithuania Challenge or Estonia or Baltic seasons such as Nordic Challenge, that everyone gets involved. And Patrikas Jokius with a blistering lap on lap 3, 54.948, got the gap down to just over 3/10. But Stankovičius seems to have a little bit of purchase on the circuit where Jokius has a little bit to find. And a big thank you to Martinas that, well, it's the triplets running from 5th to 7th. And the funny thing is, we've got 4 siblings because Emilia is the sister of the quartet. Well, the triplets. So they're running 6th, 7th, and 9th respectively. And as Joris Sigimantas Stankovičius puts in a new fastest lap and expands the gap to Patrikas Jokius to 6/10 of a second. And the funny thing is that with all 3 drivers, the father is mechanicking both brothers and the sister. So there you go, you learn something new every day. And a big thank you to Martinas for putting that information my way. But we are coming down to the last minutes and 3 courses of this race, plus an additional lap. And that is Domas in the 133 and Laurinis in the 144. Running 6th and 7th. Domas has got back past Laurinis. At the front end, Stankovičius still leads. The gap now is expanded to 0.77 and Stankovičius is absolutely flying right about now. 1 minute 15 plus an additional lap. The gap between Stankovičius and Jokius now expands to 0.77 of a second after 5 laps. We're on lap number 6, just over a minute to go. Rodrigo Karkas has been keeping Patrikos Jokius very, very honest at this moment and throughout the entire race. The youngster from Latvia trying to close in on the 125 from Lithuania for that second position. And Karkas just seems to be edging closer and closer to the back of the 125. Sometimes they do say that smooth is fast. And Karkas very much a proponent of that. Lead now, with 2 laps to go, is over a second. Stankovičius has been putting in qualifying style laps and has just put in a 54.649. So, timer counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is hit 0. 1 more lap to go after this. And it's going to be a case of, can Patrikos Jokius fight off the advances? Rodrigo Karkas in the number 153. We'll come down to the last lap of this race very, very shortly indeed. And Karkas has really got a run on Jokius coming out of the final corner. Last lap underway. Jokius takes a quick glance over the left shoulder. Karkas now trying to mount an offensive. Jokius defends through turns 1 and 2 into 3. And it is about now. If Jokius needs to just concentrate. Just keep the blinkers on. Try not to look too many times behind you. Because you do that once, you could run wide off the circuit. And then Rodrigo Karkas will be through. But that has given more than enough daylight at the end of the tunnel. But Joris Sigimantas Stankovičius, as we're coming into the final few corners of the racetrack here at Aukštadvario. And it is going to be an opening win of the weekend for Joris Sigimantas Stankovičius, but the battle for P2 is going to come down to the wire. As out of the final corner, Joris Sigimantas Stankovičius takes the win. Who's going to take second? Jokius by next to nothing, 0.193. Jonas Bundis takes 4th ahead of Normantas Arvasevicius, Domas Kararovicius, the leading of the triplets in Minimax, takes 6th ahead of Taufik Astagis, Lorenis Kararovicius, and we're just waiting for Emilia Kalavikute to try and cross the line. I think might have just ended up a lap down, but Joris Sigimantas Stankovičius takes the opening win in Minimax. And next up, very shortly, we're going to have Junior and Junior Hobby out on track. now we go to Junior and Junior Hobby. Here's your starting grid. As from, well, leading the way from pole position will be Marius Mazinas, with Fernando Pemre alongside on the front row. Timothy Vladimirov and Marius Garciaukas will be on row 2. Martin Zvalts and Neminas Volbekas will be on row 3. Rounding out the 8-strong grid will be Domantas Asiolevicius and Oskaras Guoga. Just been informed that we have had a decision reference the incident involving Eminis Uozaitis and Eminis Kapkauskas, that Uozaitis has been given a 5-second post-race penalty for advantage by contact in Heat 1. So that is Stuart's decision number 2 of the weekend, but Junior and Junior Hobby about to get underway for 8 minutes plus an additional lap. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, lights do not... Did they go out? I think they might have done. They might be under green flag racing. No, oh, full starts. Full starts looks to have been called. I did not see the lights go out. So the drivers have to go back around again. So all of the drivers, well, no Junior Hobby drivers in this class. We will have all Junior Rotax drivers, so we do have all 3 of the Baltic nations represented. So Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia represented. So if we do get a second full start, we will have a red flag again. But the drivers are being told to slow. Let's see if we can get things underway. So Mazinas and Paimre on the front row of the grid. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines. Is this going to be lights out? Well, I don't think it is. I think it could be another full start. And that is going to... Well, that's a yellow flag. Are we going to see red? Well, that was not a clean start at all. So we've not got going again for the second respective heat after 2 full starts. And, well, the thing is, the drivers need to slow down. They are being shown... Yep, we've got the red flag out again. Now, the drivers did have morning briefings, so they would have been informed. So, yep, red flag for Heat 1 for Junior. Kind of reminds me of one of the races for Rotax Max Challenge Latvia last year. I think it was Jelgava or... Ropati Novas, where we had literally every single race, apart from DD2, that ended up having pretty good starts. Everyone else, I think we seem to have... I think it was actually Jelgava last year for the RMC Latvia finale. But drivers will be talked to, and there is some communication going on as we wait for everyone to be set off again. As Fernando Pemre... Oh, right, we've had Stomentis Smolevicius that is due to start 7th, but has broken down. So it looks like the mechanic is on the scene, looking to attend to the engine on the right-hand side. And the driver is being asked to assist. Oh, that looks like chain has fallen off of that cart. So... that's probably why. Yeah, that looks like the chain has fallen off that cart. Bearing in mind where the mechanic is trying to put it back onto the sprocket. So, will this mean that Monsieur Levicius is going to get going again? They're going to have to... Oh, and that back axle is bent quite significantly. So that cart's going nowhere, I'm afraid. So Domantas will have to, yeah, that's not in a fit racing way, and the chains come off again, no surprise there. Like literally, you can see bent on the right hand side rear. So Domantas Malovicius is out, and we'll have to wait until Heat 2 for another opportunity. So we're going to be down to 7 drivers out of 8, as Domantas Masulevicius will not be taking part due to a bent rear axle. So Mazinas from Pemre, Vladimirov, Karsiaukas, Valds, Volbekas and Gorga will take the start. Again, it will be third time's the charm, hopefully. So drivers once again will have to check the steering and then get themselves ready to go racing for 8 minutes plus an additional lap. So the drivers will have to get into formation as they are now making their way through in towards the final corner. So let's see. Revs rise in the tram lines. Lights are out. We're underway. And a good start at the front end of the field as Mazinas gets nearly ends up flying off the circuit, coming through the opening 2 corners and manages to defend early doors but runs wide. Oh, this is not going quite to plan for the 205. He's got Vladimirov in second. Pemre's dropped to 4th, I think behind Martin's Vaults in the 216 as they come down the descent. But it was very, very, very crossed up sideways and loose, if you ever thought it would be, for Mayas Mazinas. But the 205 seems to have gotten a bit of a sterner hold on the chariot underneath him. And Mazinas leads after the opening lap by nearly 4.5 tenths of a second. Vladimirov in P2. Valts and Pemre round out the top 4. Ahead of Karsiaukas, Volbekas and Gorga. They're all covered by just over 2.6 seconds. So, Mayas Mazinas leading the way on the 205. Mayas last year ran, if I remember correctly, as a Minimax driver. The son of Nicolas Mazinas, a regular in DD2 Masters competition. As the drivers complete lap number 2. Lead now is just over half a second. The new fastest lap of the race by Mayas Mazinas, 52.521. Fernando Pemre is trying to close on in to Martins Vaults. Pemre, the only Estonian in this field. This is a real close battle here between Vaults, Pemre and Karsiaukas. This is the battle for P3 on the road. And Vladimirov and Mazinas. Pemre has shown flashes of pace. Did showcase that at Chauley a couple of months ago. Also, with the curves not being too high, but still being quite abrasive in some respects. You hit a curve too hard, you are going to definitely cause some strife for your mechanic, and maybe a little word in the ear hole. It can happen that one driver will get a bit too overzealous with overtaking, but at the minute with this circuit here, you've just got to really pick your moments. You can't just throw it up the inside and hope to hell it sticks, because it doesn't always work like that. And Pemri starting to put the pressure onto Valts for P3, but is between a rock and a hard place. Stuck in the middle of a sandwich at the moment is Pemri from Estonia. There's Marius Karsiaukas in the number 273. Is giving chase in 5th. Top 5 covered by 2.5 seconds. Volbeka 6th. And Dworga just crosses the line, nearly 8 seconds behind the race leader. So all are on the same lap, but Mayas Mazinas again just showcasing what we saw in minis a little bit earlier on, where we had Joris Igimentos Stankovic just at the front of the field, just be able to pull away quite convincingly in clear air. And the gap now between the top two, as we are about to head on to lap number 6, is just over a second. That gap looks to be increasing. Karasiaukas putting the pressure on Pemre, who in turn is doing the same on Martins Valts, just up ahead. So the battle for P3 really starting to develop as Pemre gets defensive on Karasiaukas. Oh, who nearly dived to the outside through turn 2. The 273 could have had an opportunity to maybe send it up the inside through turn 2. Went to the outside, so through a little bit of a dummy. You can, through turns 1 and 2, you can catch drivers out a little bit here. I've just noticed in the opening couple of laps here. But Mazinas is now 1.3 seconds up the road from Vladimirov, who in turn is 1.1 seconds ahead of this battle here for P3. So Valts, Pemre, and Karasiaukas running at the top 5. So we are more than 5 minutes of the way through this opening heat out of 2. And there are points where Pemre gains on Valts and then loses out. It seems like on the coming out of the corners, Pemre doesn't have the traction on the rear axle in comparison with Valts. Valts just seems to have a bit more traction on the back end. And sometimes, you know, it's always dependent on the driving style and the chassis underneath them. It's always dependent on what the driver feels and what how they say to their mechanic, well, this is what I'm after, this is what I'm looking for, this is what the kart's doing for me. As we get down to the final 2 minutes plus an additional lap, as Valts went very wide, coming out of turn number 15, and that has put Pemre right on his back bumper, coming through turns 1, 2, 3, now into the next left-hander here at 4. Then you've got the next hairpin here, the right at 5. And then another one here at 6. Yeah, it's quite a few hairpins in the first half of the circuit. And now Pemre is starting to defend significantly against Karasiaukas whilst trying to attack Valts. That's a very difficult situation to be in. And now there's a little bit of contact between front and rear bumper. And Pemre gets up the inside of Valts, who has to defend from Karasiaukas. And Pemre finally gets through. And Valts is all over the place at the minute. The back end seeming to be very loose, just I think due to a lack of concentration, because Pemre just went for it. And Karasiaukas now trying to look for his opportunity to get through. Marius Karasiaukas trying to get through in the 273 Birolot. Now into the next right-hander, then into the left, and looks for the move up the inside. That's 4th. Karasiaukas through on Valts. So a change in the first half of this lap that Fernando Pemre gets through, and so does Marius Karasiaukas. Apologies, Marius, on that front, I'm afraid. The 273 gets through for what is now 4th on the road. So some great work here. So the drivers having to get through as Valts look through at turns 1 and 2 on Karasiaukas. Did not get the job done, but might try and carry the momentum through. The timer in the meantime has expired. And what's more, well, Mayas Mazinas has a lead of over 1.8 seconds. Over Timothy Vladimirov. So, next time around we are going to get the final lap board for Junior Hobby Heat 1. So, last lap underway here for Junior Heat 1. And Mayas Mazinas has a lead of over 2.1 seconds over Timothy Vladimirov. There is the race leader, the 2:05. Still sporting the old Paragon race suit, I see. But it has been a very, very strong opening performance here at round 4 for the youngster from Lithuania. And it really has been a case of get out front, start pulling away and run your own race. Out of the final corner, Mayas Mazinas wins Heat 1 ahead of Timothy Vladimirov. The gap between them after 11 laps, 2.349 seconds. Fernando Pemne takes P3 ahead of Arias Karasiaukas, Martins Valts with Nemunas Volbekas. We're just waiting for Oskaras Kuroga, who comes out of the final corner and will finish 7th. A real shame for Domantas Masiulevicius, who had a bent back axle and also a wayward chain, which meant that the 211 would not take the start. So next up, very shortly, we're going to get underway with our next race as we hit the halfway point of these first set of heats. It's going to be Senior Hobby and Senior Master up next. So from junior we go to senior. It's going to be a combination of senior and senior masters and senior hobby drivers. So let's have a look at the starting grid. Dovidas Kudlevicius will be starting from pole position after qualifying practice this morning. Hubertus Budvidis will be alongside on the front row. Then Linas Volunjevicius and Henrikas Klepikas will be on row 2. Noyos Gerolaitis and Oskar Serviski will be on row 3 ahead of Armanda Sakalis and Alanda Saladovicius. Edvardas Fonka, Vitalis Dagilis and Julius Dagis will round out the 11-strong grid. And great to see so many of you watching on the official Rotax Max Lithuania channel on YouTube. 50 people watching so far, so thanks so much for joining us. But please make sure you like, share and subscribe and spread the word about our championship here in the Baltic States. Right then, let's see if we can get things underway for 8 minutes plus an additional lap. Lights are out first time and we're underway, and it's a scramble to turns 1 and 2. as the drivers make their way through into 3 side by side towards the bottom part of the top 8. And we wait to see with bated breath who is leading. Dovydas Gudlevicius, well, managed to get in front of the scramble just behind and is leading the way. And Rikas Klepikas looks to have moved up into 3rd position, as Linus Volunjevicius is now up into P2. And Davidis in the 302 looks to be rounding out the top 5. So drivers really starting to pick up the pace here. Opening lap completed. Gudlevicius, Volunjevicius, Klepikas, Shedolaitis, Davidis, Savitsky. They round out the top 6. Aladovicius, Sakalis, Funka, Dagilis and Dugis round out the 11 strong. Everyone within 4 seconds of each other. As Buvidis trying to get the frighteners on Jodolitis, but loses out big time. And has got Savitsky to the just in front. And then there is the 333, I think, of Aladovicius that has also got through in the dark black and very, very bright high vis. There's the 333. Aladovicius managing to get through on Buvidis, who now finds himself down into 7th place. Oh, and a little touch between Savitsky and Aladovicius. Aladovicius nearly ending up getting a bit of a tank slapper. Heading into the final couple of corners. Buvidis right on the back bumper through turns 1 and 2. So this has definitely, if the other races haven't woken you up, where have you been? Good morning, good afternoon. Now this is what you see in seniors. They definitely have the elbows out and well and truly sharpened. But at the moment, Dovydas Gudlevicius leads the way. Oskar Savitsky, you see there on your screens, closing in on the 363 of Norris Jadolitis for 4th place. And there's Arlandas Aladovicius and Hubertus Budvidis rounding out the top 7. And Amanda Sakalis not too far behind. Embardas Funka. There's a gap between Gudlevicius and Volunjevicius. As there goes Budvidis up the inside, squeezing through at turn 2 on Aladovicius to retake 6th place. Seems to be one of the best overtaking spots. If you can line it up coming out of the final corner and you get the run, you know, it's not that long a straightaway between turn 15 and turns 1 and 2. But if you can make it stick like that, it's a beautiful thing to see. Poetry in motion. But Gudlevicius has a lead of over 9/10 of a second, has the fastest lap of the race so far in the pocket as the 331 running on the Cosmic chassis, 51.194. As Volunjevicius and Klepikas are battling away over 2nd place. Excuse me. And then Jadolitis, Savitsky, Savitsky, Buvidis, Aladovicius and are battling away. Now that is over 4th place. So still quite a lot to go in this race. We're nearly at half time. And it is like the Tom and Jerry karting equation here in seniors. You know it's going to be feisty, but then you don't realise how many fireworks are about to be set off. And there are multiple that can be set off over the course of a race meeting. Savitsky now trying to close on in to Jadolitis for 4th place. Buvidis is really starting to wind up the wick on that number 302. And now he's looking for a move up the inside. He goes on Savitsky. Oh, and Savitsky tries to get the overcut. And now this brings in Sakalis, who's just got through an Aladovicius. Aladovicius got compromised coming through that right-hand hairpin. Savitsky, you know, it was when Vinis went up the inside of Savitsky. Savitsky had to try and do something. It then compromised the Aladovicius, and Sakalis went, thank you very much. And now Edvarda Svenka has joined what is now a 6-kart battle, possibly, for that place. So we still have 2 minutes and 30-ish seconds, plus an additional lap, and now it's going to be a frantic race of desperation, I fear, in some cases. But sometimes, by being desperate does not always get you the results you need. It's always the case that you have to use discretion as the better part of valor. And more to the point, you've got to think, right, I've got to have mechanical sympathy. I've got to think about, right, how much work do I not want to give my mechanic in the awning later on after this race? Because this is a rapid-fire race day. You know, they've done pre-practice this morning. They've been training all yesterday. They've done qualifying. They're doing their first set of heats. As there goes Aladavicius through on Sakalis. But Sakalis, quick to reassert the position of the number 373 and retain 7th. Good little exchange there by these two. But at the moment, Dovydas Gulevicius is leading the way after 7 laps. We're about to complete lap number 8 by 2.1 seconds. Volunjevicius and Klepika still are very much intertwined in battle at the moment over P2. Budvidis now trying to close in on Gerolaitis for 4th place. There is the battle for 2nd place. So we will have this plus 2 more laps to go, the way things stand. But Gudlevicius is still, at the moment, doing exactly what he needs to do. Volunjevicius and Klepikas, you know, just keeping it nice and calm. They're not pushing each other too hard. What they're doing is they're trying to make sure that they have a good haul of points. Obviously, after the heats, the combined results, I think if I remember correctly, then translates into your starting position for the final later on. And that's where the big points really come into play. So 2 to go, including this one. And Gerolaitis now under pressure from Budvidis in the number 302 as we come down to this and 1 more lap. So we're on lap number 10. 1 more to go after this one. And Budvidis is going to be very, very careful. Because not only has he got to try and look to put a move on Gerolaitis, but look who is closing behind. Closing in from behind. That is Oscar Savitsky in the number 325 on the Paralin chassis. So, 4th, 5th and 6th, not quite yet decided, as our race leader is now going to start the last lap. Gulevicius going into the 11th and final lap has a lead of just over 2 seconds. And Gerolaitis now sees Budvidis, who is gunning for that place. And Budvidis trying everything, every single trick in the book at the moment, but Gerolaitis is not wavering. And now he's going to try the under-over. This could over the door for Savitsky into the next left-hander, and they both get through, and Savitsky gets 2 for the price of 1. That was a great move there by Oscar Savitsky on the 325 Paralin on the last lap, going through the fast left-hander, 2 for the price of 1. But Dovydas Gudlevicius will win Heat 1 in seniors after 11 laps, and the winning margin, just under 1.9 seconds ahead of Linas Volunjevicius, Henrikas Klepikas. Oscar Savitsky with one of the moves of the day so far gets through on Hubertas Budvidis and Norris Gerolaitis to round out the top 6. Alandas Aladavicius, Armanda Sakalis, Edvardas Funka, Iftaris Dagilis and Julius Dagis, the only senior master on the grid, round out the finishing order. All 11 drivers finishing all 11 laps of racing. Next up, DD2 DD2 Masters. So now we go on to a very, very closely packed DD2 and DD2 Masters grid. Let's take you through it, shall we? So starting from pole position will be Tomas Rudokas with Maxim Shurko alongside on the front row. Mikolas Mezinas and Martinas Stankiewicz will round out row 2. Martinas is actually running as a DD2 driver in this one. Pritsai, the veteran Estonian, will be starting P5 ahead of Martinas Balsiunas. Marius Naburaitis and Lukas Dianovicius will be on row 4 with Paulius Latakas and Edgars Vilkans, who was excluded from timed qualifying due to an incorrect position of the fuel pump, as found through technical scrutineering. He's going to be starting from the back. So it's an all Birillard front row. Let's see what happens here. Okay, out past the post, into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, and we are underway. I did not see. Well, we didn't have that. Well, the good thing is that everyone has managed to get through. So the timer has already started counting down. So green flags are going to wave all around the circuit as Tomas Rudokas ahead of Maxim Shurko. Pritsai is up into P3 ahead of Martinas Stankiewicz. So we're going to see how feisty some of the drivers are going to be. Now, Pritsai and Martinas Stankiewicz have competed against each other multiple times. I've commentated on them in DD2 in DD2 Masters competition, and Martinas has decided, well, I'm going to spice it up a little bit here. I'm going to go DD2 this time, and not too far behind him is Edgars Vilkans. Oh, we've had someone off at turn number 2, and that was the 533 Mikolas Mezinas. Oh, dearie me. Mikolas Mezinas not having a great start to the weekend here in Aukštadvario. Meantime, Well, Edgars Vilkans has got through on Martinas Stankiewicz, or P3 in DD2, but not P3 overall, it's P4. As the drivers make their way through the twisty section until we get into the final corner. So, after the opening 2 laps of the race so far, Tomas Rudokas leads for the new fastest lap by the young man from Lithuania, Maxim Shurko. Puts it at 51.183. Pritsai, Edgars Vilkans and Martinas Stankiewicz round out the top 5. And at the minute, well, Pritsai is the leading Masters driver, ahead of Lukas Jonovicius with Paulius Latakas. Rounding out the top 3 in Masters, but also the top 9 overall. Naburaitis is the only hobby driver and is running 6th at the minute. That's 7th. 6th at the moment. Head of Martinez Balciunas. As the battle for P3 overall starting to heat up a little bit here. As it was around about 4/10 covering Pritsai, Edgars Vilkans and Martinas Stankiewicz. So, Vilkans trying to get through, and now, Stankiewicz tries to stick his nose up the inside of the 471, who says, no, you've got to do better than that, but you know Martinas and how he drives. He thinks outside the box in what I normally see with some of the drivers that I commentate on. And one of the nicest guys you could ever want to meet as well. Off track. You know, a lot of the drivers that I've met through the Baltic states, it's been absolutely wonderful just keeping, you know, whenever I get to chat to them, whenever I see them at circuits that I normally commentate at, it is just wonderful to see them be a part of the bigger picture of the Rotax racing family. But Pritsai still keeps the drivers behind him at bay. But Tomas Rudokas has retaken the fastest lap off of Maxim Shurko. 51.171 by the 426. A couple of years ago, ran as a junior, whilst also running, actually it was last year, ran as a junior in Europe and ran as a DD2 in his native locality. A bit more curve taken through that right-left chicane by Edgars Vilkans in comparison with Pritsai. Vilkans using a little bit more of the curve. Pritsai just losing a little bit of speed, but trying to keep the car on the racing line. Whereas Vilkans is starting to use different lines that I think always just trying to edge his way through. That's put Pritsai slightly offline. And that is Edgars Vilkans up into 3rd place. Overall, Pritsai still holds on to the Masters lead, but then has got the 433 of Martinas Stankiewicz not too far behind. Great racing here between this trio of competitors. As Mikolas Mazinas, after the early spin coming out of turn 2, has now managed to get through on Lukas Jonovicius. So this is a 10-minute plus an additional lap heat. And at the moment, well, Rudokas has extended the lead over Shurko to just over 0.7 of a second. And has still kept a hold of the fastest lap. Rudokas incredibly close in terms of consistency to his fastest lap of the race. 51.176 was the last lap time from the 426. Shurko, 51.291. Edgars Vilkans running on a 51.7 at the moment. His best lap is a high 51.4. There is still time to go on that one. But Stankiewicz now starting to put the pressure onto Pritsai as Vilkans has gotten away to the tune of a second. There's not much between these two. But whenever I see Martinez go through a corner, I'm always really, really impressed by the amount of speed that he carries. Especially if you see the car a little bit loose on the back end. But it looks loose, but Martinez is in complete control. And now he's going to get a run coming out of the final corner. And another new fastest lap by the race leader. Thomas Rudokas, 51.048. Expands lead to nearly a second over Maxim Shirkov. Stankiewicz just waiting for his opportunity to get through on Pritsai. However, Martinez finds himself over 1.5 seconds behind the man, one kart ahead of him. Not the kart in front of him, but the kart directly in front of that one, Edgar's Vilkans. Now, Vilkans has started powering away whilst these two have been interlocked, so to speak. Stankiewicz is just waiting for the opportunity. Pritsai once again hits his marks. No problems there for the 519 from Estonia. But if he keeps on tracking a little bit wider coming out of some of the hairpins, Stankiewicz will have that move taken will make that move very, very quickly and expedite it. Quicker than you can say the word jump. Oh, bit too much speed there from Stankiewicz, and now he dives up the inside of Pritsai, uses the inside curving through the right-left chicane, and he gets through. Well, that just goes to show how quickly things can change. Stankiewicz now has got clear air. He's half a second at least up the road. That's nearly 6/10. Now he can start trying to see if he can catch up to Edgar Zilkans, but just over a minute to go, plus an additional lap. It could be too little, too late for the 433. So 2 more laps to go, including this one, as Thomas Rudokas leads by just 9.5 tenths of a second ahead of Maxim Shirkov. Edgar Zilkans third, Martina Stankiewicz in fourth. Pritsai leading Masters in fifth. Martinas Balciunas in sixth, ahead of Mikolas Menzies P2 in the Masters class, and has managed to make his way up into 7th position in the meantime. So Mikolas Menzies on the comeback trail. Could have been actually, I think it could have been a bit tit for tat really for Pritsai and Mikolas Menzies. Had Menzies not had that spin coming out of turn number 2 early doors. But 1 more lap remains on to lap number 13. Final lap of this opening heat for DD2 and Masters. Thomas Rudokas leading the way by just over 8.5 tenths of a second from Maxim Shirkov. Edgar Zilkans a further 2.9, or close to 3 seconds off. But it has been a sterling drive from the youngster, the young upstart in DD2. It has been for a number of years now, along with Maxim Shirkov. They both really have said to the current crop of drivers, especially through RNC Nordic and RNC Latvia. But it's going to be Thomas Rudokas. Wins Heat 1 comfortably and controlled proceedings all the way through, winning by 1.1 seconds ahead of Maxim Shirkov. Edgar Zilkans rounds out the top 3 ahead of Martina Stankiewicz. Pritsai comes across the line to finish P5, and more to the point, takes the class win in Masters. Mikolas Menzies takes P6, and was only 2.1 seconds behind at the flag, ahead of Martinez Balciunas. Marius Naburaitis, the only DD2 hobby driver, finishes in 8th, was up to 6th at one point, ahead of Paulius Latakas and Lucas Leonovicius. Rounding out the field, next up, it's going to be the Nano semi-final. So we go to the heat for Nano, which will take place over 6 minutes, plus an additional lap. So let's have a look at the starting grid. Jokubas Juozaitis will start from pole position in the number 16, ahead of Timas Transeka, with Raidas Gluosnis and Danila Stonis running at the top 2 rows. Vilius Taras Bakutis and Tumaras Babenko will be on row 3, ahead of Mantas Valatkevicius and Gabrielius Dagis, with Gabrieli Tanvinkute, the daughter of Martinez and his wife, due to start in 9th position, as the first 3 drivers get into formation. Let's see, do we have a... Oh, had a spinner at the back. So, whoever that was not in the correct position. So, looks like we will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 drivers. So, Jokubas Juozaitis leads the field around the cones, into the tram lines. Are we going to be lights out? We are underway. Of course, the Nano leads into the Micromax class as Timas Transeka trying to put early pressure. There is a battle for 4th and 5th, however, between Gloznis and Babenko. But Jokubas Juozaitis leading the way in the number 16, with Timas Transeka in 2nd place. Danila Stonis in the number 96 rounds out the top 3. And Transeka in the second to last corner, looking to put a move on Juozaitis to go for the race lead, but at the moment that's not quite happening as we complete the opening lap. Juozaitis has a lead of over 1/4 of a second, and it is going to be the battle between Juozaitis and Transeka that leads the way. Stonis and Glozins in P3 and 4. Looks like the 22 might have overtaken possibly the number 96. We'll find out very shortly. Timunas Babenko in 5th. Vilius Taras Bakultis. And it looks like Gabriel is not taking part. So we have 8 drivers running on the circuit at the moment. Dranseca trying to really put the frighteners on Jokubas Urizaitis, and you can see the different line approach taken into turn 13. Like Dranseca just literally straight lines the neck. It's like a straight line, and decided, you know what, I'm just going to put it forward and see what happens. And Bakutis is now closing the gap to Babenko. So there is a battle for P5. Of course, Stonis and Gloznin's Raidas Gloznin's battling away over 3rd and 4th place. I think the 22 is ahead. There has been... Now that is the battle for P3. So the 96 is still ahead of the 22. So Stonis keeping a hold of that place at the minute. Ahead of the number 22, we're nearly at the halfway point. Slightly different lines taken by Raidas in the number 22. And the 8 starters out of 9 still running as Urizaitis expands the lead over Dranseca to just over 7:10. Says Gabriel Stagis off the circuit. And has put a lot of mud and muck onto those tyres. So yellow flags are out as Dagis gets back underway. Has to watch the rejoin because the race leaders are very much coming up close to him, as Urizaitis will have to get through. Dagis gets slightly in the way, and that could open the door for Dranseca. And Dranseca having to go round the outside of the number 79. That was very, very close indeed. I'm sure that there might be a little word in the ear of Gabriel Stagis post-race, just to sort of like say, if you rejoin, you're... and that has caught... that's caught out Danila Stonis, and also Glozins in number 22, who was closing on the number 96, the P3. And all that hard work's gone to nothing. Urizaitis and Dranseca able to carry on their battle, but Stonis and Gloznin's, unfortunately, that is a completely different story in its own right. Bakutis, in the meantime, has got past Timuras Babenko for 5th place, so there has been a change there. So this is actually the Nano semi-final, I believe. And then we'll have the Nano final before we get underway with the finals themselves. But you see, again, different approach there from Dranseca. Going into turns 12 and 13. It's starting to straight line that chicane. But we have this and possibly, I think, another 2 laps to go. We're on lap 6, so we could be 8 laps completed at the end of the race itself, as Timuras Dranseca has got the fastest lap in the pocket and has got that gap down to 4/10. So heading into the final 30 seconds plus an additional lap. So this plus could be very close on time. But we're not too far towards the end of the lap itself. There we go, right into the final few corners. Now, is it going to be the case that Jokubas Urizaitis gets through? Back end steps out to the right rear. And that is going to be 2 laps to go. And through turn 2, timer hits 0. Timuras Dranseca takes another new fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago, 58.585. next time around. Jokubas Juozaitis leading by over 7.5 tenths of a second ahead of Timas Ranseka. With Daniel Astonis, Raidas Glorznins, who is now 4.2 seconds behind. A real shame for the number 22. Had it not been for the number 79 of Gabriel Eustagis, I think may need to take a bit more attention to the blue flags if that kind of incident happens again. Just for a learning perspective for the driver. It was really unfortunate because Vargas was trying to keep on the racing line, but we're underway with the last lap of this Nano semi-final, and Jokubas Juozaitis doing exactly what was needed. Youngster from NSL Racing. He's got nearly a second lead over Timas Ranseka, with Juozaitis quicker on the previous tour on lap 7. We're on now lap number 8. Through the hairpin section now into the final, into the final few corners of the circuit itself very shortly. So, Jokubas Juozaitis out of the final corner wins the Nano semi-final by a comfortable margin and wins by 1.6 seconds ahead of Timas Ranseka. Daniel Astonis in the number 96 will round out the top 3 ahead of Raidas Glorznins, and we're going to have Elias Taras Bakutis very shortly finishing ahead of Timuris Babenko, with Mantas Valatkevicius in 7th, and Gabriel Eustagis rounding out the 8 finishers here in the Nano class. Gabriel Tankvekute not starting the race. So, well folks, we're going to bring some karting ASMR to you now, because very shortly we're going to have the baby drivers out very shortly for their session, and we're also going to head to the official lunch break because the racing action continues with micro and micro under 9 for the second batch of heats before we head into the finals a little bit later on. So stick with us here on the Rotax Max Lithuania Challenge YouTube channel for more racing action here for round 4 from Aukštadvario. Welcome back, as we are ready and just a few minutes away from getting underway with our second batch of heats for round 4 of the Rotax Max Lithuania Challenge, live and direct from the Aukštadvario karting circuit, 60 kilometers west of the capital city of Vilnius. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, taking you through all the play-by-play action right the way through until we conclude with today's racing, which will be the finals a little bit later on. A big thank you to everyone that is currently watching on the Rotax Max Lithuania YouTube Challenge YouTube channel so far. And we've had some very, very clean battles, some very, very close fought racing, and we have had a couple of trials and tribulations along the way. But coming up in the next few minutes, we'll be underway with our second and final heat of the weekend's action for Micro and Micro Under 9. Looking back, Jokubas Vaskelis in the number 24 would win by nearly 0.6 of a second after 8 laps, with Leonas Zarikov in the number 45 placing 8th, taking the win in the Under 9s class earlier on today. And then we have our 17-strong grid ready to get going once again. So a little bit more cloud cover around the circuit here at Aukštadvario. 1200 metres anti-clockwise, pole position on the left-hand side of the circuit, and with 15 challenging corners. But also you can see that through the racing that we've already had, the 3-minute board is being shown, so the mechanics have been told, right, you need to scram and vamoose out of the dummy grid. So this will have been the last opportunity for the drivers to be given their last bits of advice, and also being wished good luck for the race out there. Every single one of the 17 drivers completed all 8 laps of this 1200 metre circuit earlier on this morning. They were the first bit of on-track action when it came down to the racing side of the weekend. Of course, tickets are up for grabs at the end of the season on the 14th of September for this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Taking place in late October at Nano this year. So the class winner in Micro, Junior and DD2 for Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania will get the tickets to head to Nano later on this autumn. Circuito Internazionale Napoli last hosted the Grand Finals back in 2019. That was the first ever time that I attended the Grand Finals myself personally. It's now just the wait for the drivers to be given the green flag at the end of the dummy grid and be told to go out onto circuit. So the top 3 last time out in Heat 1 were Jokubas Vaskelis, Emilis Jozaitis and Saule Vaikute. Of course, there was a So the engines are fired up in the dummy grid. Green flag waves. Let's take you through the starting grid. It's exactly the same as it was for heat number 1. Carlos Brensons will start from pole position. Emilis Šulzaitis will be alongside on the front row, ahead of Emilis Kapkauskas and Jokubas Vaskelis. Otkaras Pikovis and Salivad Kurte will round out the top 3 rows, ahead of Remigijus Kriausiunas, Taras Simnikas, Oskaras Bakutis and Leonas Zarikov, rounding out the top 10. Kasparas Kazamikas, Vakaris Tenis, Jonas Gelzenis, Aras Pascalis Bagdrios rounds out row 7, and rounds out the top 14, ahead of Andrius Manousis, Domas Norkus and Sarunas Armanavicius, rounding out the 17-strong grid. Drivers were covered actually by 2 seconds in total, from 1st to 17th at the end of time qualifying earlier on this morning. Drivers now into the 2x2. Rolling start formation, they've got to keep it nice and clean, otherwise the race director will not let them race into the tram lines. We go. Red lights are not out. We are going to be round for another tour, I think. Yeah, full start has been called. Yellow flags through turns through at Marshall Post 1, which is off of the outskirts of turn 2. So we have had it a couple of times today where we've had 2 full starts and the red flag has been brandished. So there is a little bit of nerves setting in for these drivers. So the timer will be reset for 6 minutes as we go out of the final corner into the tram lines. Straight away, red flag has been called on the start-finish line. That was a very, I mean, the thing was, first of all, a very, very messy second start. I think everyone was just getting a bit too eager at that point to get the racing underway this afternoon. And that just goes to show that there's a lot of pressure. Now, these are apart from the Nano and the baby classes, these are the youngest class drivers in the Rotax racing family. And they are just as... they are impatient at times. So... oh, and who's that's just stopped on the circuit? Oh dear. Number 98, Salivad Kurte. Oh dear, the driver that finished 3rd on the road in the last race, I think it might be out. Is looking at the left rear. I'm wondering, could it... oh, the chain's loose. The chain's loose and is off the sprocket. Oh, I saw that dangling down. Oh dear, another driver that has suffered chain dramas. Now, obviously what we saw earlier on with one of the other particular races, I think if I remember correctly, it might have been Mini, where one of the drivers did not take to the start. No, it wasn't. It was juniors that we had one of the drivers not take to the start. Domantas Masiulavicius. So now it's a case of trying to get the chain repositioned on the sprocket. Now, that is not exactly what you want to have happen right now. So Vaidkute might have just caught a curb a bit wrong, and the slightest vibration through the back axle. See, they're rotating the back axle to try and get the cart fully, the chain fully on. So Salivad Kurte can get back behind the wheel of the number 98 for MG Motorsport, gets the cart started. Here's the back axle. And now literally, Vaikute, I think, might be out. Yes, is running away from the kart. So we're going to have 16 starters. Timer has been reset to 6 minutes. But a real shame there for Sauli Vaikute, who was due to start in 6th place, was on the road P3. Of course, Emilis Juozaitis copped a 5-second time penalty post-race for an advantage by contact situation. And that was involving the number 41 of Emilis Kapkauskas. So there is going to have to be a space left where Sauli Vaikute was due to start. That will be on the outside of row number 3. So green flag waves at the start of the starting grid itself, and the drivers are released once again. So 6 minutes plus an additional lap to decide who will be our winner for Heat 2 for Micro and also for Micro under 9 here at Aukštadvario. So we're going to see, are we going to get underway this time? Looks like they have let them go, I think, or is that not the case? Oh no, yellow, oh dearie, dearie me. Another false start. Oh, right. 4th time, maybe? Who knows? But again, it just seems that there is just, I think, probably just again, that sense of impatientness. The drivers just trying to get things done and trying to get themselves ready. And it is down to the front row. It's down to Brensons and it's down to Juozaitis to be in the correct position. And everyone else has to follow suit. This is the 4th time of trying to start this second heat. So already everyone else is like going, well, come on, get things done. I hate to think what the conversation will be if we don't get this one going, but it's 6 minutes on the timer. Right, into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, lights are out, 4th time of asking. And a good start by Kapkauskas, who's got past Juozaitis early doors. And now Brensons loses the race lead. Kapkauskas leads. Juozaitis in 2nd. And it looks like Oskaras Bitkovas has made his way up into 4th place. Yes, that's true. And is ahead of Remigius Kriausiunas, who rounds out the top 5. But Juozaitis trying to get through on Kapkauskas. Remember, they did have a little coming together in the opening heat of the weekend. So Juozaitis has got to be very, very careful how he approaches this race in comparison with Heat 1. And look at the line we've got. There is Vaikute's kart by the side of the circuit, off the racing line. But Kapkauskas leads ahead of Juozaitis after the opening lap. And now Juozaitis looking for the move up the inside of the opening corner, gets through. Bitkovas looks up the inside of Brensons as I think that was Jokubas Vaskelis getting through on Remigius Kriausiunas, who went, well, I have to say Vaskelis was nearly all the way off track outside of turn 2 and still
well, nearly went off the circuit coming out of turn 2 and heading into 3. Meantime, Kapkauskas is behind Uazaitis. So Kapkauskas was leading. Uazaitis put in the fastest lap of the race, 58.115. And now we have 4 1/4 minutes plus an additional lap to go in this second heat for micro and micro under 9s. Let's see who is currently leading the way in the under 9s as we speak. Jokubas Vaskelis has the new fastest lap of the race, 56.908. Change a little bit further up the order. Jokubas Vaskelis through on Oskaras Bikovas. I think also, well, Brensons was ahead of the number 48. So at the moment, Kasparas Kasamikas is the current leader in under 9s. And is currently running P8. But things are a lot closer in this second heat than what we saw earlier on today. Juazaitis leads ahead of Kapkauskas. Kapkauskas trying to thread the eye of the needle as Vaskelis dives up the inside through at turns 1 and 2, and the number 24 gets through for 3rd place. However, Kapkauskas and Uazaitis, they are line astern. You cannot separate them at this moment in time. 0.12 of a second. Cover them after the opening 3 laps of this race. With 2.5 minutes to go, plus 1 additional tour, Jokubas Vaskelis has really started to pick up the pace and has put in the fastest lap of anybody. Was at least a 1/10.5 quicker than the 3 in front. 56.662 seconds by the number 24. Lap 4 completed. Kapkauskas again just putting the frighteners on Uazaitis. Another new fastest lap by the driver in 3rd place. Jokubas Vaskelis is absolutely flying. 56.467 seconds by the number 24. See the sunlight slightly glinting off of the chronometer off of Kapkauskas, who still has said to Uazaitis, okay, yes, we have that coming together in Heat 1. However, I'm going to make sure you have no room to breathe. And look at the gap between the top 3 now. It was 6/10 after lap 4. Vaskelis is going to probably make that less than half of that. Probably less than 3/10 of a second. Across the line to complete another lap. It has been nigh on half as Kapkauskas looks up the inside at turn 2 on Uazaitis. Can't get the move done. That gives the opportunity to Jokubas Vaskelis to hold on. Carlis Brensons battling away with Oskaras Bikovas for 4th place as we reach 50 seconds plus 1 lap to go, and the top 3 now are intertwined, intertwixt, into battle we go. And Uazaitis has held on so far. Kapkauskas at one point was ahead, but last time around when they came round to complete lap 5, had the run going into turns 1 and 2. What's the situation here? Could it be similar? Because the lap times were very, very close indeed. Top 3 now covered by 0.371 of a second as Vaskelis dives through, gets through on Kapkauskas. That is second for the number 24 as we head into the dying seconds of this race. This and one more lap to go to decide whether we have a different winner. Jokubas Vaskelis took Heat 1. Emilius Uazaitis looking to hold on and has done a defensive masterclass. Has just kept a cool head on calm, young shoulders in this race. And Kasparas Kasamekas still leads by about 9/10 of a second in the micro under 9s class. Kasamekas still 8th. Last lap is underway. What does Jokubas Vaskelis have in the tank? Is it going to be the case that we're going to see an upset? And Vaskelis goes for the race lead through at turn 4, gets the job done, and leads going on to the second third of this racetrack. Brilliant stuff there. It was clean, it was calm, it was composed from the number 24. But now the gold rush fever starts to kick in. Who is going to win our second and last heat in micro and micro under 9s? It's coming down to the wire. Uazaitis swarming all over the back of Vaskelis, who's going to punch the throttle down to the floor out of the final corner. Vaskelis takes the win by 1/10 of a second. What a race to conclude the heat stages. The micro and micro under 9. Jokubas Vaskelis takes the win by 1/10 out of Emilis Uazaitis. Emilis Kapkauskas, Kalis Brensons, Oskaras Pitkovas, Remigius Kriausiunas and Toros Simnikas ran at the top. Congratulations to Kasparas Kasamekas, who takes the win in micro under 9 ahead of Oskaras Bakutis, Aras Pascalis Bagatirius, and then we got Dennis, Leonas Zarikov, Jonas Jalzenis, Andreas Manuzis, Zarunas Amanavicius, and of course rounding out the 16 finishes. And on tape before the start, Salivai Kute with not a chance to repeat third place from Heat 1. Well, that's a blinding way, that's a firework-laden way to kick-start the racing after the lunch break. So Jokubas Vaskelis makes it 2 for 2 so far today. Could it be a clean sweep? Well, the micro and micro under 9 finale due to start at around about 32 minutes past 3 this afternoon, barring any delays or stoppages. But that concludes the micro and micro under 9s heat stages. As next up, we turn our attention to Mini. Now we turn our attention back to Minimax, and looking back at the results last time, it was Sigmantas Stankovičius that not only started from pole position but also took the win after a great duel with the likes of Patrikas Jokis and Rodrigo Kakers. They rounded out the top three, and they will start first, second and third on this grid. Tomas Kartodromas, who ended up sixth, will start fourth. Jonas Bundis, who starts fifth, ended up fourth after heat one. And then we've got Normantas Arvasevicius, Davidas Dagis, Lorinas Kartodromas, and the third of the triplets, the sister Emilia Karabilkute, rounding out the 9-strong grid. And Emilia unfortunately retired with ended up a lap down off of everybody. But we are going to see whether our Minimax drivers can get things underway at the first time of asking. Past the post on the left-hand side of the circuit, into the tram lines. Revs rise, the lights are out, first time of asking, and Stankovičius leads the way. Kakers gets through on Jokius, as it's 2 by 2 for fifth. Oh, very, very close indeed. And a little bit further back, and a little bit further forward. Everyone jockeying for position in the early stages of this second Minimax heat, which sure is going to entice and excite us all the way through the next 5.5 minutes, plus an additional lap. But look at the lead that Stankovičius has already got on Jokius in the early stages of the race. That's a 2 to 3 kart length lead. As through into turns 12, 13, now into 14, into the left here at 15, the sweeping left-hander that opens up onto the start-finish straight, and the lead by Joris Sigmantas Stankovičius, 6/10 already, and that's just on the opening lap of this race. Still things very closely fought between second backwards, so Patrikas Jokius, Rodrigo Kakers, then you've got the 141 Paralin of Jonas Bundis, followed by Tomas Kartodromas and Normantas Arvasevicius. So everyone still running at the minute, as the number 141 of Jonas Bundis comes under fire from Tomas Kartodromas. But Joris Stankovičius at the front of the field is currently still leading the way, won by 2.1 seconds last time out, and after 2 laps has a lead of nearly 7.5 tenths. So as the day goes on, the more the sunshine permeates through the upper atmosphere, what tends to happen is not only does the air temperature increase, the track temperature increases, as dive up the inside. That was a nice move there by the 133. Tomas Kartodromas gets through on Jonas Bundis in the 141 on the Paralin, and that is a lovely little exchange and a change for 4th place in the meantime. Well, Jonas Kartodromas is trying to close on in. Is trying to close in on Davidas Dagis. That is for 7th place. But all 9 drivers are running. Jonas Bundis trying to see if there's an opportunity to get through on Tomas Kartodromas to retake 4th place. But after 3 laps, things are getting really hot and heated under the collar. But there has been a change. Rodrigo Kakers, the 153 from Latvia, has got past Patrikas Jokius for that 2nd place. And this is allowing Stankovičius to get away like we saw in Heat 1. It is never easy when you are having to battle away now Rodrigo Kakas has a slender advantage over Patrikos Jokius to the tune of about 0.4 of a second. And still Domas Karadovicius staying ahead of Jonas Pundis with Normantas Arvasovicius and Tauvidas Dagis rounding out the top 7. So from 4th to 7th place they're covered by about 0.8 of a second. The time is still running out for these drivers. And Stankovičius is not going to win by the margin that we saw in Heat 1. The gap between Stankovičius and Kakas is now 1.1 seconds. Rodrigo Kakas has the fastest lap in the pocket at the moment, 54.815. Only Rodrigo and Joris Stankovičius have gone underneath 55 seconds. Stankovičius at 54.896 as we have just over a minute to go. Plus said additional lap. As Domas Karadovicius holding on to 4th place. Finished 6th in the previous heats, but a great little bit of form, a little bit of improvement through performance and just general racecraft between heats for Domas Karadovicius. We are going to go on to our penultimate lap very shortly. So, lap 6 completed, lap 7 out of 8 underway, and still the battle being contested for 4th, 5th and 6th. And Arvasovicius closing in on the 141, Birolot versus Parolin in terms of chassis being used, and Arvasovicius looking for a possible move on Jonas Pundis to get through for 5th. And that is where Arvasovicius did actually finish last time out in Heat 1 earlier on today. Timer has now officially expired. So after this, it'll be one more lap to go. 4th, 5th, 6th. And also, I think I've just spotted, yep, the 193 of Tauvidas Dagis is going to make it a real hotly contested battle on this final lap of Heat 2 for Mini. Stankovičius has a lead over Kakas by 1.3 seconds, who in turn has nearly an 0.8 of a second advantage over Patrikos Jokius. Karadovicius is still holding on for 4th place in the dying stages. So Joris Digimantas Stankovičius is on course for doing the double again, and also having secured pole position. Well, the 199 is going to secure his place at the front end of the field for the final, as Joris Digimantas Stankovičius does it again and wins Heat 2 in Mini by 1.557 seconds ahead of Latvia's Rodrigo Kakas. Patrikos Jokius rounds out the top 3, with Domas Karadovicius holding on by just over 0.4 ahead of Jonas Pundis to take 5th, ahead of Normantas Arvasovicius, Tauvidas Dagis, Florinis Karadovicius and Emilia Kalavilikute rounding out the 9 finishers, all getting to the checkered flag, but Joris Digimantas Stankovičius staking his claim on the mini class here at round 4. But some great battling that we've seen a little bit earlier on today, especially with this move by Jokubas Vaskelis on Emilius Chulzaitis in micro. Mini got underway and Stankovičius got the run. This is a great move on Jonas Pundis by Domas Karadovicius in the mini race we just had, but Rodrigo Kakas able to get past Patrikos Jokius. And great to see that the families are here. I know that some of them will be looking at the live timing on the Speed Hive My Laps app, and of course there'll be those of you unable to make it to the circuit who are watching on the Rotax Max Lithuania Challenge channel on YouTube, which there are nearly 45 of you watching at the moment. And here we see our Mini-Max drivers going into... Oh, a little bit of frustration I sense from Jonas Pundis in the number 141. Probably not 100% happy with how the race went, but there is still the final to go. So they have an opportunity to have a little bit of a respite. And next up we will head to juniors for their heat. And Thomas, in many respects, you've got to think of it this way, that yes, every driver gets frustrated, but we go to junior, and here's your starting grid. Marius Mazinas, who won Heat 1, starts on pole position. Fernando Pemre, who was embroiled in a really good battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th in Heat 1, starts on the outside of the front row again. Timothy Vladimirov in the number 287 will start from the inside of row 2 ahead of Marius Karsiaukas in the 273. Martin Svolts, Nemunis Volbekas, Domantas Masiulevicius and Oskaras Guoga rounds out the 8-strong grid. Of course, Masiulevicius having a chain and a chain dropping off and a bent back axle in Heat 1 will really be looking to ensure that some kind of result comes their way in this second and final heat. Let's see if the juniors can get things underway with the first time for asking. Mazinas on the front row on pole position. Pemre alongside on the front row into the tram lines. We are green and underway, it looks like, as the timer has started counting down. Oh no, it's a full start. Full start looks to have been called because there are yellow flags. Yellow flags are out, so full start. So the drivers will have to control out and delete and get themselves ready to refocus on the task at hand, which is getting the race start done correctly. If we get a second we get a second full start, it's an instantaneous red flag. Oh, I cannot believe I've just seen that. Mazinas getting collected by Pemne before they've even gotten into formation. So Mazinas, not happy, has got to keep the red mist at bay at the moment on the race start. Into the tram lines, lights are out this time, and we've got a good start and a great launch by Marius Mazinas along with Timothy Vladimirov, who managed to get through on Fernando Pemne on the start. Just jumped up the inside into turns 1 and 2, and the 277 from Estonia really was unable to counter-attack it really rather rapidly. So Mazinas looking to hold on to that race lead as we are only 30 seconds in to this 8-minute plus an additional lap second heat. We still have after this Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters and the Nano final, and before the finals themselves have the last run of the baby class, and we'll get a little bit of karting ASMR and some static camera action here at Aukštadvario. A bit further back, a bit of dueling between the 255 of Nemunas Volbekas on the Kart Republic chassis, who is just behind Marius Karsiaukas, who is now down in 5th place. But Marius Mazinas in the 205 is leading the way ahead of Timothy Vladimirov. Fernando Pemre this time has had a better opening minute and a half of this race. And the main reason being is the fact of not being challenged, dropped back behind the likes of Martin Valts and Marius Karsiaukas and had to fight to finish in P3. So, top 3 last time around were covered by 3/4 of a second. Make that just over 8/10 after lap 2. Timothy Vladimirov having the fastest lap of the race so far by 2/1000ths of a second. 52.957 plays race leader. Mazinas 52.959. Permanent just on the fringes of breaking the 53-second barrier as we head into just over 5 minutes and 40 plus an additional lap remaining of this second heat. So the winning margin last time was nearly 2.35 seconds, and after 3 laps, the lead is now, well, Fernando Pember's just responded with the fastest lap of anybody in this race. 52.863 from the youngster from Estonia in the 2.77. The gap now between the top 3 goes down to 8/10. 52.896 of Mazinas. 52.933 Vladimirov, 52.863 by Pemre, and is now starting to push the envelope a little bit more. And the lap times are quite a little bit off from what we saw in previous races. Best time from Mayas Mazinas was a 52.219. in Heat 1. The best effort now is a 52.791. New fastest lap by the race leader. Top 3 now covered by 9/10 of a second. But Vladimirov will look to possibly get through, and if he can, get through on Mazinas. However, if they take the combined heat results of heats 1 and 2, it goes to count back, effectively, from my understanding, that Mazinas will be on pole position, having taken pole in qualifying practice earlier on today. So Mazinas, it's Vladimirov who needs to win, and Mazinas, I think, to finish 3rd, for it to change around, so Vladimirov will start in the lead for the final from pole position. But with 3 minutes and 20 seconds plus an additional lap to go, there is still time for anything. And I say this with the biggest amount of sincerity. Anything can happen in 3 minutes and 10 seconds plus an additional lap. So Mazinas will bring us across the line to complete lap number 6 with just over 2 minutes and 40 to go. Plus an additional lap now expands the race lead. 52.583 seconds. New fastest lap time by the race leader as Timothy Vladimirov starting to look over his shoulder. More predominantly the right than the left. To see where Fernando Pemre, the 2.77 is. And Pemre just waiting, winding up. Not making it a risk, making it seem that it's going to be a cool, calm and composed overtaking manoeuvre carried out on Timothy Vladimirov. And with a lead of 1.1 seconds after 7 laps, Mazinas is away and clear. The battle for P2 starts right here, right now, between Timothy Vladimirov and Fernando Pemre. 2.87 against the 2.77. They were just over 0.3 of a second apart after 7 laps of racing. as it's very close between Oskar Skuoga and Domantas Masiulevicius for 7th place at the moment. But the battle for P2 could come down to the wire. Same could be said for the battle for 4th between Martin Volts and Marius Karciaukas. But another new fastest lap by the race leader, Marius Mazinas, 52.465. And that was around the lap time pace that we were seeing from these two here in the previous race. Just a really a mid 52.4, but these two, their best laps, a low 52.7. My, have things changed since the opening heat of the race weekend. Going to be down to the wire. 10 seconds to go. Mazinas, how soon is it going to be before he crosses the line? 3 seconds remaining. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go, including this one. So Marius Mazinas starts lap 10 out of 11. Fernando Pimner and Timothy Vladimirov really are way too close, probably for both of their likings, as Vladimirov taking a look over the right shoulder. Pimner looking for the up and over through the hairpin. Not quite. Now into the fast left-hander. As they go downhill, sweep to the right. And Pimner waiting for the opportunity. And next time around, they'll see the last lap board, which means that Pimner's got to do something special, something magical, to take second away from Timothy Vladimirov in the dying stages of this second junior Rotax heat. Last lap underway. Mazinas has a lead of nearly 1.7 seconds as Pimner gets a real good run. Coming through into turns 1 and 2, now into 3. Now they're going to go into the hairpin section, into 4. Then into the right-hand hairpin here at 5. Then, why don't we stick another hairpin in? There's turn 6. Pemberley's really got to do something. Into the left-hander now at 7. Down the hill, through into 8. Now into 9. And Pemberley just try to open up the door through 10. 11. 12. 13. Into turn 14. But out of the final corner, Marius Mazinas continues his winning ways here in Aukštadvario and wins by 2.1 seconds, nearly 2.2 seconds, ahead of Timothy Vladimirov. Fernando Pimre rounds out the top 3 ahead of Martin Volts, with Marius Karciaukas rounding out the top 5. Emunas Volbekas. And then we've got Oskar Skuoga and Domantas Masiulevicius rounding out the 8 strong finishers. But Marius Mazinas, 2 for 2 so far this weekend. And what's more, next up, we've got Senior Hobby and Senior Masters up next for their final heat of round 4. Time for Heat 2 for Senior and Senior Masters. Let's take you through the starting grid. Heat 1 winner Dovydas Gudulevicius will again start from pole position. It was a difficult Heat 1 for the driver that started on the outside of the front row, who will do so again, Hubertus Budvidis in the 3:02. Linus Volunjevicius, who took second in Heat 1, will start from the inside of row 2, joined by the number 321 of Henrikas Repikas. Noya Sheraraitis and Oskar Sarviski will round out row 3, ahead of Armandas Sakalis, Alandas Aladovicius, Edvardas Fulka, Itavas Dagilis, and Julius Dagis, who is the only senior master driver in this grid. So once again, 8 minutes plus an additional lap. After this, we'll have 2 more races to go to conclude the second stage of today's race day. We will have the babies out for their final 12-minute adventure around this 1,200 metre clockwise 15 or anti-clockwise 15-turn circuit here at Aukštadvario, as we get set and ready. 8 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap through the final corner into the tram lines. Revs rise. Lights are out. We are underway, at a good start by Gudulevicius as Klepikas dives through and gets up to P2 early doors. Aladovicius gets past Sakalis for P6, and Saviski gets through on Gerolaitis for 4th place. Some early, quick exchanges, and if you can time the start to perfection here at Aukštadvario, you really have a good chance of launching it up the inside of turn 1, thereby keeping you on the racing line for turn 2, meaning your opponent is either hung out to dry on the inside or the outside. They're trying to go back up the inside on you, and they go, right, not enough room there. I'm going to have to wait and bide my time. But at the moment, the number 331 of Gudulevicius is leading the way and has a lead over Volunjevicius of just over 4.5 tenths of a second after the opening lap. So Volunjevicius through on Klepikas, and they were the 2 drivers that rounded out the top 3. Oskar Saviski looking very, very racy on the 325 Paralin chassis, and has got a big gap between himself and Noyan Sherolaitis, who's being put under pressure by Alandas Aladovicius. And Aladovicius trying to put Gerolaitis on the number 363 Burlot under significant pressure. But has to watch his 6 because Armandas Sakalis is not too far behind. Across the line they go to complete lap 2. Race leader has nearly a 7/10 of a second advantage. But second, third and fourth, very close in proximity. 9/10 covers Volunjevicius, Klepikas and Saviski. Numbers 304, 321 and 325. So through into turn number 9, and into the right-hander here at 10, left at 11, then you've got 12, 13, 14. Fast right hand, and fast left hander that brings on to start finish straight. And what's more, Gudulevicius has gotten away to the tune of 1.1 seconds. Just over 5.25 minutes remaining. Aladovicius still trying to get through on Gerolaitis for that 5th place. And at the moment, the 333 unable to take any opportunity. There's a little bit of bumping and rubbing between bumpers. Got to be very, very careful with that, especially Aladovicius. Because if that bumper's in, if that's clicked in, that's 5 seconds. And you cannot appeal a front bumper penalty, I'm afraid. Gudulevicius, another new fastest lap the race, 51.227. That is 0.2, well, that's 2:22 off of his fastest lap from Heat 1. And the gap now is 1.5 seconds between Gudlevicius and Volunjevicius. Lepikas is about 3/10 behind the 3:04 in second. And Savitsky is also a further 3/10 behind in fourth. This is the battle for fifth place on your screens. Generalitis versus Aladovicius. Who was fifth, it's got all the way down to 10th place at the moment. But a difficult one for the 3:02. But still, this battle between 5th and 6th has not really abated in any way, shape or form. As if to say it's entirely because Almandas Sagalis is going to close in on the 333. But second, third and fourth hop, we can take 6th and 7th hop is protected. So 2-3 races on the circuit. And Ladishus trying to get the carry through 1 and 2 on Generalitis. And the 363 says, no, you're not through. You've got to do better than this. This time, Aladovicius looks more racy coming in down here at turn 7. Down the hill through the right at 8. Into the left-hand hairpin here at 9. Aladovicius staying in the wheel tracks from Generalitis and trying to be a little bit tight into the apex of the final lap. 2 minutes to go. And Gudlevicius leads Volunjevic by over 2.5 seconds. And another new fastest for the 331 by 51.213. It's always good that not having to worry about what the leader might be doing. But when you see battles in the mid-pack, especially with the 3 drivers from 3rd and 4th, that's Volunjevicius, Papikas and Savitsky, and then from 5th, 6th to 7th, and Sakalis. That is the 2 three-way battles we've got here for significant positions. 1 battle for P2, 1 battle for P5. Coming down to the 50 seconds plus an additional lap. And all out of us trying to look for the move. Tried to get coming out of turn 6. And Generalitis had the traction coming out of the corner. I'm not too sure if there was a possible misstep there by Aladovicius to try and get through on the 360. The timer is counting down. Very shortly we're going to be going on to our ultimate lap. And there through the shot go Epigos and Savitsky. Literally not that far apart. Gudlevicius leading the way by a comfortable 3.2 seconds. Won the opening heat by 1.9 earlier on today. But the timer has expired. And Gudlevicius leads still. Led from south. It's going to be the same way towards the flag, and more importantly, he's going to pass his lap for his tally. But last is going to be underway. Gudlevicius
onto lap 11 out of 11, so there's Volunge Vicious. The pig's got Stavisky in tow, and Stavisky gunning for third place. Has only got, I think, another 11 corners. Going to require 850 metres to try and get the move done, but at the moment, the Pikas in the 321 holding off Stavisky in the number 325 for that final position in the top three. But when it was all said and done, Dovydas Gudlevicius is going to win again, this time a bigger margin for the 331 from Lithuania. Dovydas Gudlevicius again strikes whilst the iron is hot, lights out to checkered flag, winning by 3.3 seconds. And it was as you were for the top four, Volunjevicius and Klepikas, with Savisky rounding out the top four. Noya Shadolitis this time ended up in P5 ahead of Arlanda Salandavicius, who finished 7th in the previous heat, takes 6th this time. Armando Sagalis, 8th last time in Heat 1, finishes a step higher in 7th place. Same for Edvardas Funka in 8th, ahead of Hubertas Budvidis, who took 5th in Heat 1 this time, takes 9th ahead of Victoras Dagilis and Julius Dagis, rounding out the 11-strong grid. Well, next up, it's DD2 and Masters out on track. So it's the final heat for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Let's take you through the starting grid. Heat 1 winner Thomas Rudokas will again start on pole position, with Maxim Shurko alongside on the front row. Mikolas Mazinis will be joined by Martina Stankiewicz on row 2. Mazinis on DD2 Masters pole position on the inside in P3. Pretsai in the 519 will be joined by Martinas Balsiunas on row 3, with Marius Nauburaitis and Lukas Leonovicius rounding out row 4, with Paulius Latakas and Edgars Vilkans rounding out the 10-strong grid. Vilkans managed to get all the way up to P3 by the checkered. So the drivers now get ready, ahead of 10 minutes plus an additional lap in their last heat before the final a little bit later on. Let's see what happens here. Into the tram line, Joe drives, lights are out straight away, and a good start by Maxim Shurko. However, unfortunately, he was unable to get the jump on Thomas Rudokas. Meantime, Martinas Stankiewicz fires it past Mikolas Mazinis up the inside through turns 1 and 2 at the start, a little bit further back,
I think that might have been... I'm not too sure. Well, Britsai looks a little bit slow coming out of turn 4. So he's dropped down a little bit. But it's the two young upstarts, followed by the team boss at the front end of the field. And what's more, they're all running in DD2. So Martinez is one of the youngest DD2 Masters drivers normally. He'll compete in Nordic as a master. He'll compete in Europe as a master. But he's competing on home soil here at Aukštadvario as a DD2, a Max DD2 driver. So it's youth and exuberance at the front end of the field, followed by the team boss and someone with a wealth and plethora of experience. Nicolas Mazinas, however, is being closed in on by one Edgars Vilkans, who again, like last time, got a wicked start, and the 471 dives up the inside of the 533, and that is now top 4 completed by Max DD2 drivers. And now Nicolas Mazinas, no spin on the opening lap. This now puts him into the crosshairs of his nearest competitor in DD2 Masters, Britsai from Estonia. Still plenty of this race left to go, but Edgars Vilkans has got the tempo pushed to volume number 11 on the 471 Birolart underneath him. Tomas Rudokas has got a slender lead of just under 0.4 of a second after the opening 2 laps on Maxim Shirko. Rudokas has the fastest lap in his pocket so far, 51.786 seconds. And after lap 3, well, the gap now has come down to 0.368. New fastest lap by Shirko, 51.704 by the 435. I still remember when I was asked by Martinez and his wife Egle to pull a prank on Tomas Rudokas. Guys, you'll remember this one. I know Martinez is on the track, Egle is watching from the sidelines. That we did a prank on Tomas Rudokas when it was his birthday a couple of years ago for, I think it was either Euro Trophy or B&L, and it was his birthday, so we asked him to come to the steward and then surprised him with a birthday cake. And I remember that because I had to put the call out, which is quite a funny. It's the first time I've ever had to prank somebody into coming up to see coming up to the tower to see the stewards and then be told, well, I hear it's somebody's birthday today, and they all get red-faced and embarrassed. Well, Thomas has definitely really started to show his pace as a DD2 driver, and what's more, he's one of a handful of drivers, including the likes of Enzo Boll and Tom Bracken, that have gone from junior, they've missed out senior, and they've gone straight to DD2. Enzo Boll, however, did make a senior Rotax debut at some point earlier on this year. But we've got a battle for P3 on our hands. Tankevicius versus Vilkans. And they were covered by just under 2/10 after lap number 5. Honoring Maxim Shirko's race. Oh, and Vilkans dives up the inside of Tankevicius. That was at turn 4. So a nice little move. Tankevicius keeping Vilkans very, very honest here as they come out of turn 6. Into the sweeping left here at 7. They carry so much momentum. Now into the right at 8. It's going to be hard on the brakes. Turn, rotate it through at 9. Into the right at 10. And then the left at 11. A slight decline of descent here through 12, 13, 14. Now into the right with the left-hander here at 15. Rudokas just past the halfway point, has an 0.8 of a second advantage over Maxim Shirko. We head into the second half of what has been a very interesting race so far. But the main bone of contention is that will Martinas Stankiewicz manage to get through? Well, he's got to be careful now, as Martinas, because Mikolas Mazinas last time round was only 6/10 behind him. So, can Maxim Shirko try and close in on Tomas Rudokas? At the moment, the answer is no. Gap now 0.86 of a second. Vilkans has got to find 2.4 seconds in the next 3 minutes. 30 plus seconds. Well, 30 seconds plus an additional lap. And, having seen Vilkan's prowess in both the Latvian, the Nordic and the Lithuanian challenge before, I know for a fact that if Vilkans has got the cart underneath him, there will be no stopping that Latvian freight train. However, the gap between Vilkans and Shirko has slightly expanded to just over 2.5 seconds. So there is still an opportunity for Edgars Vilkans to maybe, well, we'll do either one of two things. Hold back, conserve the cart, conserve the tyres. Because the final is going to be a little bit longer. That is going to be 14 minutes plus an additional lap. So sometimes you've just got to think, okay, how can I play this? How can I work it in my favour? And that's the thing. Nalvaraitis has got past Mianovicius for 8th place. Mianovicius finished last in the previous race. But there is the driver of the moment, Tomas Rudokas, who at the checkered flag after 13 laps of racing won by 1.1 seconds, now looks to better that in this race. He's 1.2 seconds ahead of Maxim Shirko after the opening 9 laps. We are very shortly about to go on to lap 10 out of what will be more than likely a 13 lap second heat. So, including this one, looks like we've got 3 laps to go. And Tomas Rudokas, new fastest lap, 51.189, about a 10.5 slower than his previous best in Heat 1, 51.036. Maxim Shirko, his last lap was a low to mid 51.4. Vilkans running in the 51.5s, Stankiewicz 51.6s, Mazinas 51.5s, Pritsai low 52. That's not pace that I would expect from Pritsai, considering how quick and how rapid he normally is. He's sticking behind the wheel of something that's got 4 wheels and a back axle that's powered by an internal combustion engine. 2 to go, and Rudokas, no improvement in terms of lap time, but still leads the way at the front end of the field. There's Maxim Shirko. Whose best effort so far on lap number 11 is a 51.353. Timer counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is it. One more lap to go after this one. Edgars Vilkans is losing time to Maxim Shirko, and the gap between them now stretches to 2.8 seconds. last lap underway. Tomasz Rudokas looking to continue his run of form as we head on to the 13th and final lap of this race. Once again, that will put him more than likely on pole position for the final a little bit later on. What a drive it's been for the 426. The 435 will have to settle for second, but then it's all guns blazing, all ready to go into battle for the final later on at around about 5 to 5 local time here in Aukštadvario. But Tomasz Rudokas is going to pick up win number 2 in a row. And there he is, the 426. The Lithuanian crosses the line, and it's a 1-2 again for Maxim Shurko in second. Edgars Vilkans puts himself in contention for the win in the final by taking P3 once again. Martinas Stankiewicz takes fourth ahead of DD2 Masters class winner Mikolas Mozinas. So what a piece between Mozinas and Tritsai going into the final later on. Martinas Balsiunas, Marius Naubraitis with Lukas Leonovicius and Paulius Latakas round out the 10 finishers. Well, that's the end of their second set of heats. Next up, we've got the final for Nano. There you see all the trophies ready to be presented after the finals later on this afternoon for round 4 of our Rotax Max Lithuania Challenge. Of course, the next round will take place in just 3 weeks' time at the same circuit. So, next up, it's the final for Nano. Let's have a look at the starting grid. Jokubas Juozaitis, who won the heat, the semi-final earlier on, starts once again from pole position ahead of Timas Dranseka. Danilas Stonis and Raides Gluosins will be rounding out row 2 ahead of Vilius Staros Bakutis in the number 10 and the number 1 of Timuras Babenko. Mantas Valatkevicius in the number 9 will be joined by the number 79 of Gabrielos Dagis, and they will complete the 8-strong grid. Of course, we had a great battle between Danilas Stonis and Raidas Gluosnis earlier on, but unfortunately due to an off-track for Gabrielos Dagis, who unfortunately inadvertently got in the way, meant that the third place ended up in the hands of Danilas Stonis. But Juozaitis and Dranseka last time around were covered by just over 1.6 seconds. So, 6 minutes plus an additional lap. Here it is, the Nano final. So, through turn number 15, round the posts, into the tram lines. Revs rise, do the lights go out? We are underway, it looks like, as the number 96 of Danilas Stonis has got through for the race lead and is ahead of Jokubas Juozaitis. Timas Dranseka, I think, might be a little bit further back. Looks to be in possibly third place. Well, there is the number 10 of Vilius Staros Bakutis. But at the moment, it's 96 of Danilas Stonis ahead of Jokubas Juozaitis. Timas Dranseka might be down in third, with Timuras Babenko rounding out the top 4. So there you see, Timuras Babenko, I think, might be third. And it is the case. Timuras Babenko up to P3. Meantime, Daniela Stonis trying to pull away from Jokubas Juozaitis. Timuras Babenko in third ahead of Timas Transeka, with Vilistaras Bakutis and Raidas Gluoznis rounding out the top 6. Mantas Latkevicius ahead of Gabriel Stagis in the number 79, but Timuras Babenko looking for a possible top 3 finish in the final. We still have 4.5 minutes plus an additional lap to go. Timas Transeka is now trying to put the frighteners on Timuras Babenko, as is the case between Jokubas Juozaitis and Danila Stonis. But the gap is near, well, it's going to probably be north of 3 seconds between P2 and P3 as we come across the line to complete lap 2. Juozaitis has got the run on Stonis for the race lead. They were a 10.5 apart. What can Juozaitis do through turn 3? Going to have to wait and bide his time. They were a 10.5 apart, and they were over nearly 5.3 seconds ahead of Timuras Babenko, who has got Timas Transeka very much close in proximity. Just behind them, they've got Vilistaras Bakutis and Raidas Gluoznis rounding out the top 6. The top 2, they are embroiled in their own little battle. All bit sideways there by Danila Stonis, trying to get through, and another mistake by the number 96. All this could give Jokubas Juozaitis the opportunity he needs very shortly to get through as they come out of turn 14. Into the left here at 15. Juozaitis now could have the run going into turns 1 and 2. Lap 3 completed. 0.123. Juozaitis decides not to fire it up the inside of turns 1 and 2. That's a bit too close for comfort. And Danila Stonis still holds on lap 4, but for how much longer? Not much longer, as Juozaitis up the inside, through at turn 6, and gets through to take the race lead. The number 16 now fires his way through turn 7. Great anticipation, great patience, and racecraft by Jokubas Juozaitis in the number 16. So, coming down to the final third of this Nano final. And the team NSL cheering on, willing Jokubas Juozaitis on to what could be a very welcome way to round out the weekend. Winner of the semi-final earlier on. As, we've got a drama for one of the carts. And that is Timuras Babenko out of the race. Babenko was running as high as third and is out of the final. A real shame. So now that promotes Timas Transeka to P3. And Transeka in the meantime, we've had a couple of stewards' decisions. Taras Simnikas in Heat 2 for Micro was found to be 2 wheels outside of the tram lines on the start. 3-second time penalty. And there's been a big development in seniors. Driver number 321, Henrikas Klepikas, has been disqualified from Heat 2 for oil on the contact area between the clutch and the clutch drum. And that's a technical disqualification, so Klepikas' weekend is going to be a little bit hurt by that one. However, we're coming down into the final 30 plus seconds of the race. And there is the 79 of Gabriel Stagis, needs to stay out of the way of the race leader, Jokubas Juozaitis. Danila Stonis gets a good run out of turn 8. And the gap last time was 1.5 seconds. That is down from that. I think it's less than half the distance. give or take probably 7.5, maybe 8.5 tenths of a second as a push as we go on to, that is effectively 2 laps remaining, and the gap has been halved. Jokubas Uozaitis 1 minute 1.269. Danila Stonis 1 minute 0.483. There's this and one more lap to go. Anything is possible. And it's very much the case. Unpredictability. My favourite word when it comes to karting. You cannot script this. As Danila Stonis fires it through at full throttle. Through turn 7. It was nigh on sideways. But might have lost out a little bit of momentum. Because Jokubas Uozaitis, this time around, through out of turn number 13. Into 14. Now into 15. It's going to go on to the last lap of the Nano final. Stonis now has lost a lot of time. 58.796. New fastest lap. And what's more, that was a second and a half quicker than the driver in P2. Now into turn 7 for the last time of asking here on lap 8. It has been a fight, lost out the race lead early doors, but has come back and has said, right, I'm the one you've got to beat. You can't pull the wool over my eyes. And number 16, Jokubas Uozaitis, is going to come out of the final corner and wins in Nano here at Aukštadvario. Jokubas Uozaitis takes the win in the number 16, and it's by a 3.1 second margin ahead of Danila Stonis. Tima Stranseka takes P3. Rainas Gluoznis takes 4th ahead of Vilius Taras Bakutis, who's going to come across the line in 5th place, with Mantas Valatkovic 6th. And Gabrielis Dagis rounding out the 7 that finished. And unfortunately, for what was a great start by Timuras Babenko, was P3 earlier on in the race. And on lap 3 would unfortunately retire. So it looks like we are going to have a little bit of a ceremony happening very, very shortly, as I saw the Lithuanian Karting Federation top 3 boards being pulled away out onto the circuit. We are just waiting to see if we are going to get some pomp and circumstance here on the start-finish straights for the Nano final here at Aukštadvario for round 4 of RMC Lithuania for 2024. And the sunshine is plentiful. You see the paddock in the background, full to the brim, as we are waiting. The trophies are being prepared for our top 3 in Nano. So I think it's just a case of directing traffic.
think we might also have quite a few other drivers due to pick up participation trophies here at Aukštadvario. There are your top three in the Nano final. Timas Stranseka picking up P3, Daniela Stonis second, and our winner in the Nano final, Jokubas Juozaitis. So, a little photo opportunity there for the drivers. I think they're being told to get back into position, but it's wonderful to see these young drivers who will be making their moves up the order in terms of the ranks of karting in the years to come here in the Baltic regions. And a lot more. Looks like the remainder of the Nano drivers being asked to go onto the final corner here at Aukštadvario for a photo opportunity. And also wonderful to see the parents giving these young drivers all the support they need. That's what it means in Lithuania, where the families are very, very much part and parcel of the paddock, and it's great to see so many of them. And there's Vyacheslava, one of the organising team, helping to also direct a little bit of traffic. So there you go, there's our Nano drivers. And a big congratulations to them, and also trophies being handed out for participating. So give it up for our Nano drivers here at Aukštadvario for round 4. And every single one of those drivers have earned their participation trophies this weekend here at round 4. But with that in mind, a little bit more ASMR in terms of karting. We're going to let the baby drivers, our youngest competitors, go out there on track here at Aukštadvario, and we'll be back just before the finals here for round 4 of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania. Here at this fantastic 1200 metre circuit, Nano and Baby round out the second phase of today's race day, with the finals being kick-started by Micro and Micro Under 9 at just after 3:30 this afternoon, local time here in Aukštadvario in Lithuania. I'll be back very, very shortly to take you through all the action as it happens as the road to Sarno continues.
Well, it looks like we're getting underway with the final for Micro and Micro Under 9. 17 drivers set to go into battle. Jokubas Vasquez has been the talk of Aukštadvario so far this weekend and starts from pole position. Carlos Brensons will be alongside on the front row ahead of Emilis Jurozaitis. Oskaras Bitkovas as we go into the tram lines for the final. 9 minutes plus an additional lap. The lights did not go out. It is a full start. And the drivers very much wanting to get things underway very, very quickly indeed. So, this just goes to show how quickly things can change. And great to see the presentation to the baby drivers who have had 3 runs out on circuit. But let's take you through the full grid. Jokubas Vasquez will start from pole position. Carlos Brensons, who took pole in qualifying and started from pole on both heats, lines up on the outside of the front row. Emilis Jurozaitis and Oskaras Bitkovas will be on row 2 ahead of Remigijus Kriausiunas and Salivad Kulte. They are row 3. Emilis Kapkauskas and Kasparas Kasamekas, the highest placed under 9 driver, round out row 4. Oskaras Pakutis and Taros Simnikas round out row 5, completing the top 10. Leonas Zarikov, Aras Pascalis Bagatrius, Makaris Dennis, Jonas Galzenis, Andreas Manusis, Sarunis Manavicius, and Domas Norkus. Let's see if we go racing this time. And the lights I saw did not go out. That's going to be a red flag. That is going to be a red flag stoppage straight away. It's always down to the race starter and the race director. If they don't think it's a clean start, it is going to be a full start. So once again, once we get into the final 2 rounds of this championship season, the pressure is going to be unrelenting. It is going to be there whether you like it or whether you don't. And it's about who deals with the pressure the best. They keep a calm head on cool young shoulders. They are going to be the ones that are going to say, well, exactly what I was asked to do. And now it's going to be a conversation with the race director on the starting grid as all 17 drivers will line up in their grid positions. And now the discussion begins with the front row. Big thank you to Kartopart.com, your racing supplies, a proud partner of the 2024 Rotax Max Lithuania Challenge. And get ready to race with Kartopart.com. Shop for the best karting gear here. So the final bits of advice being given to the drivers and getting them ready to go racing one final time here for round 4 before we return to Aukštadvario for round 5 on the 24th of August. And it has been perfect conditions, blue skies, slight amount of cloud cover, but plenty of sunshine here at this 1,200 metre circuit. So green flag waves, and oh, careful to the flag marshal to not get hit. I think maybe he should have waited and gotten off the start-finish line and then waved the green flag. But again, there is always that sign of eagerness from the drivers when they're told, "Yeah, you're going to go around for one more lap. You've got to get it right, otherwise we will call another full start." But Jokubas Fiskelis is the one that has to go, has got to be very, very aggressive in the approach of how to control and dictate how this race will pan out. Oh, and we have got 2 carts off the circuit. One of which I can't make out any of the numbers, I'm afraid. But into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, lights are out. We're underway. And Vakaris Tennis and Salif Bakute are the ones that are not going to take part of this final. However, who is leading as they come through into turn number 4 for the first time? It is going to be the number 24 of Jokubas Fiskelis. The 41 of Kapkauskas. Kapkauskas on the outside, spins it around 180. Still time for the 41 to make up some positions. But we're down to 15 runners and riders after the unfortunate early withdrawals of Saluk Vakute and Vakaris Tennis, who might have had a little bit of coming together. But Jokubas Fiskelis leads the way. Emilis Juozaitis in P2, who's in 3rd. It is not... I'm wondering if that could be Remigijus Trialsiunas. We've had another one go by the wayside as Fiskelis leads the way. Looks like it could be Andrius Manousis that is out of this race. It's all kicking off in this final as the 88 tries to go toe-to-toe with the number 49 of Askaras Bakudis, and Pascalis Bagtrios tries to get in on the action. So 14 of the 17 micro and micro under 9s continue to run around this circuit here at Austin. And I'm even tripping over my own words at the moment, folks, as Aukštadvario, as there are going to be yellow flags out. So green flags on the approach into turn number 14. Simnikas ahead of Vagrius, but it's Vasquez who leads by 4/10, ahead of Juozaitis. There's Bitkovas holding on to 3rd, as a dive up the inside is attempted by Bagtrios on Bakutis in the number 49. That's for 7th place. But there are the 2 race leaders. Vasquez ahead of Juozaitis, 24 from 17. As they come down in towards turn number 9. Into the right-left here at turns 10 and 11. Down the further descent from the top of the hill through into 13. Now into 14. Brenson's one step away from the top 3, but has to try and find a way past Bitkovas. There's Leonas Zarikov, who is now, I think, leading. Just going to check the classes. And Bagtrios is the leading rookie driver, leader 9 driver, ahead of Zarikov, who is 3/10 behind. Brenson's now trying to look for a move on Bitkovas for the final spots in the top 3. 5 minutes and 30 seconds, plus an additional lap remain in the micro and micro under 9 final here at round 4. Looks like Vakute might have gotten going again, and is a couple of laps down. Driver, the number 98, who finished 3rd in Heat 1 earlier on today at the latter part of this morning before the lunch break. But Vasquez is putting in qualifying style laps to really start eking out an advantage. And the lead now is 0.8 of a second. Battles up and down the order, including Zimnikas, who's stuck in between Kriausiunas, the number 99, in 5th, and Bakutis, the number 49, in 7th place. Bagatirius in the number 7 is 8th and is leading the way in under 9, with Kazimikas now having got past Zarikov, who won the, well, Kazimikas won under 9s in Heat 2, Zach won it in Heat 1. Bagatrius is leading in under 9s in the final. We're more than halfway past. We're more than halfway through this final. We've got 4 minutes plus an additional lap, and 15 of the 17 drivers still running. Zimnikas looks up the inside of Kriausiunas and has just taken 5th. That was a great move through turn number 4 by the number 88. In the meantime, the battle for P3 between Oskaras Bitkovas and Carlis Brensons is intensifying corner after corner, and Brenson's really on the tail of the number 48 coming out of turn number 14. Can he get the slipstream run into turns 1 and 2? Adjustment on the radiator flap by the 48 down the start finish straight. Brenson's really starting to carry that momentum through turns 1, 2 and 3. Now into the left-hander at 4. The right-hand hairpin here at 5. Then you've got the next left-hander here at 6. Will Brenson's dive up the inside? The answer, a resounding no. At the moment, Vaskelis is a 2.5 seconds up the road from Uwazaitis. So it looks like the battle for first and second will stay as it is, but it's the battle for P3 that really needs a little bit of an injection into it, and that is what Carlis Brensons is trying to attempt again, carrying the momentum through turns 1, 2 and 3, and Bitkovas at the moment on the number 48 Paralin, still very resolute and holds on to 3rd place, jumps up and down in the seat to try and get away from Brensons on the number 3 Energy Corsa chassis. And it all comes down to one moment. If Bitkovas makes an unforced error, if Brensons has enough speed and gets through on pure pace, that's the only 2 ways I can see this battle ending up evolving to that point. And with the lead battle now 2.2 seconds adrift, it is a case of now 3rd being hotly contested, as there goes Brensons up the inside of Bitkovas. That was the move he's been gunning for the last 3 laps, and finally on lap 9 the number 3 from Latvia hits 3rd. It's one thing to now be in front. You are the hunted. The driver behind becomes the hunter, and Brensons will have to put on a defensive masterclass as if his life depended on it right now, as we are going to head onto the penultimate lap of this micro and micro under 9 final. 2 laps remain. Vaskelis has checked out, 2.5 seconds up the road from Uwazaitis, and Bitkovas tries to fire back up the inside through at turn 2 on Brensons. But at this moment, the Latvian holds station. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time expires. It's now the run to the checkered, as these two cannot be separated. Not even a bumper. A bumper length separates the pair. We're coming down to the final few corners of this race. It's going to be out of the final corner. Jokubas Vaskalis wins the final. Second, Emilis Uozaitis is going on to the final lap. Vaskalis has got one more lap to go. Pitkovas looking up the inside through at turn 2. Can't get the job done. He's going to try and edge it through turn 3. Vaskalis really has got more than enough gap. 3.1 seconds is the lead that Jokubas Vaskalis has got going on to the 11th and final lap. They're heading through into turn 7, the fast left-hander for the final time. Pitkovas has got to go for it. Leave no stone unturned through turn 9. As our race leader, Jokubas Vaskalis, will exit out of turn 14 and turn 15 for the final time. Micro goes the way. Jokubas Vaskalis wins. Emilius Uozaitis takes P2. Carlis Brensons holds on and takes the final step on the top 3. Oskaras Pitkovas denied with 2 laps remaining. Brensons gets P3. Taras Simnikas 5th. Remigius Kriausiunas 6th, ahead of Oskaras Bakutis. And your winner in micro under 9s, Kasparas Kazamekas. In 8th, with Aras Paskalis Bagatrios running at the top 9. In 2nd, Emilis Kapkauskas and Jonas Jelzenis takes 3rd in micro under 9. In 11th, head of Leonidas Zarikov, Zarunas Amarnavicius, Domas Norkus and Sarabakute round out the 15 finishers, with Andreas Manousis and Vakaris Tennis unfortunately retiring early in the race before we'd even gotten started. But Jokubas Vaskalis, Emilis Uozaitis and Carlis Brensons rounds out the overall top 3. And Brensons knew he had to do something, got the job done with 3 laps to go, with a brilliant move through at turn number 4. So the clean-up operation continues here after the micro and micro under 9 final. We have got Minimax coming up next for their 9-minute plus an additional lap final. And we'll have 3 more races after that. It will be 12 minutes plus an additional lap for junior, for senior, and then we'll go to 14 minutes plus an additional lap for our last race of round 4, which will be DD2 and DD2 Masters. Well, Vakalis Tennis having a broken exhaust on the number 56, but gets the kart back underway after being recovered back onto the circuit. A real shame for the number 56, but that is unfortunately part and parcel of modern day motorsport, including karting. So there we have our top three drivers for what has been an exciting micro and micro under 9 final, as we have Jokubas Vaskelis taking the overall win, Emilius Juozaitis and Carlis Brensons rounding out the top 3 for that class. Of course, we've also got our micro under 9s with Kasparas Kasamikas, Aras Paskalis Bagatrios and Jonas Jalzenis rounding out the top 3. Cheers from the paddock for the photo opportunity for our top 3. Three very happy drivers taking a trophy home after what has been a very, very busy day amidst the sunshine here at Aukštadvario. So So our top 3 from micro, Jokubas Vaskelis, Emilius Juozaitis and Carlis Brensons. So we now have a presentation for our top 3 micro under 9s with Jonas Galzenis, Aras Paskalis Bagatrius and Kasparas Kasamikas. That is our under 9 top 3 here in micros for round 4 of the championship season. Trophies held high and smiles for miles. And a couple of pictures for memories made here in the paddock. Let's take you through the starting grid for the mini final. It's also going to take place over 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Starting from pole position will be the driver that has won both heats so far, the number 199 of Joris Stigimantas Stankiewicz, who will have the 153 of Rodrigo Kakas alongside for close company on the front row. The 125 of Patrikos Iokias will be joined by Jonas Pundis on the second row of the grid in the 141. Tomas Karolevicius will be joined by Normantas Arvasevicius on row number 3, the numbers 133 and the 112. Tautvydas Stagis will be 7th, ahead of Lorinas Karolevicius in the 144, and the last of the triplets bringing up the rear of the field, Emilia Galavilikute in the 188. Stankiewicz has been the class of the field so far here in round 4. As we are set and ready, looks like they're wanting to get the rolling start underway very, very quickly. Past the post, into the tram lines, revs rise, lights do not go out. This is a full start, so another tour around the circuit. They've got to be very, very careful. So once again, the drivers just really, really have to be very, very much on point when it comes to the start itself. That is going to be crucial for these drivers. So if we get a second full start, we will be under red flag conditions once again. So the drivers now getting into the 2x2 rolling start formation. Stankiewicz on the inside on pole position. The lights are out. We're underway here in the final. And it's the scramble between turns 1 and 2. And Patrikos Iokias jumps up the inside. But there's contact coming out of turn 2. 1 spins around and 2 go off the circuit. One of which was Rodrigo Kakas, who started on the front row of the grid. So now Stankiewicz behind Patrikos Iokias, who got an absolutely brilliant launch off the line and got the jump on everybody else when everything else went a bit awry. But look, bumper to bumper between these two. And Tautvydas Stagis ended up dropping down into 8th place. But they are coming through in towards the twistier parts of the circuit. Here at turn number 14, Stankiewicz is trying to get the crisscross on Patrikos Iokias and looks to get the inside line coming out of the final corner. The 199 retakes the lead, going through turn 1 on lap 2. And Rodrigo Kakas tumbles down to 6th position. Jonas Pundis all the way down in last as a result of what happened. So Patrikos Iokias loses the lead after the opening corner at lap 2. But still manages to set the fastest lap of the race so far, 56.334. Stankiewicz is still at 56.440, just over a tenth behind. But now we've got to keep an eye on what's happening behind them. Normantas Arvasevicius has moved up to 3rd place ahead of Tautvydas Stagis. Tomas Karolevicius in 5th. Rodrigo Kakas on the comeback trail in 6th. Lorinas Karolevicius in 7th. Emilia Galavilikute and Jonas Pundis round out the top, the 9 strong, as all drivers still continuing to circulate. And Jonas Pundis moves past Galavilikute in the meantime and now goes back up to 8th place. But Normantas Arvasevicius in P3, holding on for dear life ahead of Tautvydas Stagis. Tomas Karolevicius and Rodrigo Kakas. Kakas has got the wind underneath his side pods at the moment with the new fastest lap of the race. The Latvian in the 153 puts in a 55.691. Under 6.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap in this mini-max final. And Kakas is getting a real assist by the 3 in front. That's going to help with regards to slipstream. Stankiewicz, new fastest lap, 55.528, expands the lead to just under 4.5 tenths of a second, ahead of Patrikos Iokias. Avarasavicius now gets dive bombed by Tavanastagis going through, and Avarasavicius gets through, and oh, I think that was Thomas Kartingo off the circuit. Coming out of turn number 4. Avarasavicius had the presence of mind to do the crisscross on Tavanastagis. In the meantime, Thomas Kartingo actually ran wide coming out of turn 4 and just dropped it on his own. So the top 5 last time around were covered by just under 2.5 seconds. Joris Zigimanta Stankovic has a lead, but is it more than 0.5 of a second? Yes, it is. It's nearly 3/4 of a second. And if Rodrigo Kakas wants to do anything about what's going to happen in front, he's got to do something now. Dives up the inside and spins around. Kakas is around, coming out of turn number 2 and into 3. Rodrigo Kakas also falls by the wayside. And what's more worrying is it's nearly at the halfway point of this race. Rodrigo Kakas just went for a move that wasn't really on and turned himself around and has lost big time in comparison with Normantas Avarasavicius and Tavanastagis, who are going to be battling for the final position in the top 3. That just goes to show how quickly things can change, and I think probably Lorinis Kartingo is going to be ending up in 5th place. No, Rodrigo Kakas, yes, Rodrigo Kakas down in 6th. And Jonas Pundis not that far behind. Well, a little bit further behind, about to the tune of 5 seconds. Patrickos Siokius, in the meantime, has kept a calm head. And so is Joris Sigimantas Stankovic in the meantime. They've got under 4 minutes to go. So everything has... This race has been turned on its head so many times, like a sand timer. I cannot fathom what has happened. We've had Pundis drop out. We've had Kakas have 2 major dramas, especially when going for a move through turn 3. And that was for 4th on the road. And that just goes to show how quickly the unpredictability of karting can bite you in your backside quicker than saying the word jump. You make one wrong move and that's all she wrote. It's all over. Joris Sigimantas Stankovic has just been putting in qualifying laps again. Another new fastest lap, 55.228, and is 1.25 seconds up the road from Patrickos Siokius. Normantas Avantavicius is holding on for 3rd place. This is a great drive for the 1-1-2. As we still have 2.5 minutes to go, Lorinis Kartingo is trying to catch them up. Is going slightly slower than the pair of them. Tavanastagis is getting a little bit of an assist with slipstream and was about 0.08 of a second quicker than Normantas Avarasavicius on that last lap alone. So once again, for the second final in succession, P1 and P2 are split apart quite significantly. It's the battle for 3rd that is really heating up once again. And we've got just under 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Tavanastagis has an opportunity to go for 3rd place, whereas Normantas Avarasavicius, this could be a real defining moment in the number 1-1-2 season. 3 laps to go, including this one, for those that have already passed the stripe so far, and that's including the top 6 now. But Joris Sigimantas Stankovic has broken under 54 seconds. He's got over a 2-second lead, 2.1 second lead, as there has been a change a little bit further back. So very much the case of when these drivers have an opportunity to try and get themselves into the top 3. But the 1-1-2 of Varsovicius still holding on to that 3rd place. Kartingo still in 2nd, 2.1 seconds behind the driver in 1st. So with 20 seconds to go, Stankovic still leads the way and has a 2.5 second advantage. Kartingo is going to have to settle for 2nd. But these 2 drivers here have about a lap and a half to go as the timer counts down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. That is it. Rodrigo Kakas has got past Lorinus Kartodromas in the meantime for 5th place. Last lap will be out this time. These drivers. So, just around about a kilometre to go for our race leader. Joris Digimantas Stankovic, Patrikos and Normantas Varsovicius round out the top 3. Tauvidas Dagis has been close but not close enough to the number 1-1-2 in 3rd position. This has been a fantastic drive for Normantas Varsovicius, even though you can consider the fact that Joris Digimantas Stankovic has been the tour de force this weekend here at Aukštadvario. Less than half a lap to go for the race leaders as 3rd and 4th come down the hill into turn number 8. That was close for Varsovicius. But Joris... Oh, and there's a dive up the inside. It's going to be side by side between these 2 as Stankovic is going to take the race win. Stankovic wins the final. Jokius in 2nd, but still holding on. It's going to be a run to the line for 3rd. Who's going to take it? Normantas Varsovicius takes P3 by 96 thousandths. Normantas Varsovicius takes P3 after what was a great duel with Tauvidas Dagis right up until the line. Rodrigo Kakas takes P5 ahead of Lorinus Kartodromas with Jonas Bundis rounding out the top 7. Emilia Karavelikute and Domas Kartodromas will round out the 9 finishers. But Joris Digimantas Stankovic wins round 4 in the mini final. So here are your top three for the Minimax final. Third position, Normantas Avarsevicius. Second place, Patrikas Jokius. And your mini winner, Joris Sigimantas Stankovičius. Well, we've gone on to our next final, the halfway point. It is junior, and here is the starting grid ahead of 12 minutes, plus an additional lap. It's going to be Majas Mazinas starting from pole position. Timothy Vladimirov alongside on the front row, numbers 205 and 287. Row 2 is the 277 of Fernando Pembre, alongside will be the 216 of Martins Valls. Marius Karsiaukas in the 273 will be joined on row 3 by Nemunas Volbekas, with Oskaras Kuoga and Domantas Masiulevicius rounding out the 8-strong grid. 12 minutes plus an additional lap to see who will be our winner for round 4 of 2024 as they come out of turn number 14. They are very eager to get this race underway at the first time of asking. The red lights on the starting gantry. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Are we green? I think we are. Into turns 1 and 2 we go. It's a full start. Looks like yellow flags at turn 1 straight away. So, yes, that's a full start. So the drivers will have to go around again for another restart. And as we have seen multiple times today, that we have had multiple classes that have ended up doing 2 full starts, thereby meaning that the red flag having to be brought out. So drivers being asked to slow ahead of what could be an explosive 12-minute plus 1 lap final. Mazinas on pole, Vladimirov alongside. Through the final corner at turn number 15. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Lights are out this time and we're underway. Into turns 1 and 2 we go. And Vladimirov stays behind Mazinas as they go through into turn 3, as Pemre gets through on Martins Volts, who's got one round the outside, and that's Marius Karsiaukas. So Volts got up to 3rd and now drops back to 5th and has got Nemunas Volbekas just behind. Masiulevicius has got through on Goorga for 7th place, but Mazinas leads the way down the hill in towards turn 9. Now exiting out of the corner, putting the pedal to the metal. Pemre has got the 273 of Karsiaukas just behind. Through into turn 13. Now the right here at 14. Before the sweeping left-hander that brings them on to the start-finish straight. Lap 1 in the books. Mazinas, what's his lead? 5.5 tenths of a second. Vladimirov, Pemre, Karsiaukas, Valts, Volbekas, Masiulevicius and Guorga, they are still running after the opening lap as they head into the technical hairpin sections from turn 3 to 6. And then the short shoot into the sweeping left that starts the descent downhill. So not only have you got to deal with an elevation change, but you've also got to deal with technicality at the same time. Carry momentum through. But Mazinas is not pushing too hard just yet. The gap is only 7 tenths of a second after the opening 2 laps, but it's dependent on how the drivers keep the tyres. If they keep them within the window of degradation and minimise it, then someone is going to have a little bit more to spare come the end of the race, and that could be the difference between being 3rd or 1st. But Mazinas still leads. Pemre now closing in on Vladimirov very, very quickly through the tight and twisty sections here at Aukštadvario. Actually about a cart length between them. And Pemre seems to be a little bit more brave into the technical parts of the circuit. But Vladimirov, let's see what the gap is now. 1 second, and Pemre is closing in for P2. Gets a good run out of turn 2, now through 3, into 4. Next up is the right-hander here at 5, and then it could be the run through from turn 7 down in towards the lower part of the circuit. But Pemre is going to be right with... I've just signalled to Vladimirov saying, right, I know you've got speed in that car, let's start pushing. I'm not going to start forcing... Or he's going to try and get through, and he does get through! That's at turn 9! So, does Fernando Pemre have something in the pocket here? That could be very, very interesting because we've still got 8.5 minutes left to go. So the gap now between first and second position is 1.6 seconds. So can that be closed down in the next 8 minutes, 10 seconds, plus an additional lap? That's the big thing now. And the reason being is that Mazinas has literally pulled away in both respective heats earlier on. But the final is a little bit lengthier. You've got to be strategic about how hard you decide to push, when you decide to push, when the mechanic says to you, right, okay, you're closing in. Bit by bit, there's always a little bit of... Mechanics and drivers will always have a little bit of a code in between them. And now the gap has expanded. So Mazinas looks literally at this point, and some people might say that Marius Mazinas at this moment in time, who's just set a 52.641 second lap time, is unassailable. There's still 7.25 minutes to go. And we're just over a minute away from half time. It just depends on whether Pemre and Vladimirov might have some pace beneath them. They haven't quite yet I wouldn't say unlocked or extracted, or they are maybe saving a little bit. That's the thing. Mazinas is just going out there and is in clear air. Is relatively untroubled. But then you have to wonder what's going to happen with the drivers behind Pemre and Vladimirov. Well, Pemre has just responded. New fastest lap of the race, 52.632. And now has a lead over Vladimirov at about 8.5 tenths of a second. Karsiaukas on that last lap was slower. So was Martin Valts in comparison with the top three. So if they want to start pushing on, they've got to start doing 52.8 possibly to try and close on in. But they're 2 tenths off that window. So we're past the halfway point. Also, what they do say is smooth is fast. So what's the gap? Oh, Fernando Pemre is starting to close the gap. It was just over 1.7 seconds last time around. New fastest lap by second place. 52.476 is the lap time set by Estonia's Fernando Pemre. So just past the halfway mark, he's probably been given the instruction, right, go for it. You've got nothing to lose, everything to gain. And Mazinas will want to have a 100% success rate after this weekend. 2 wins of the heats and is also leading. But is that going to remain comfortable for the Lithuanian in the 2:05? Gap has come down again. And what's more, Pemre is at least a tenth of a second quicker than Mazinas. But I don't think that is going to be enough. We're on lap 9, and we've got 4 minutes and 4.5 minutes still to go. That's probably going to give us another 6 laps at best until the checkered, including this one. There's Marius Karsiaukas, who is trying to close the gap to Timothy Vladimirov, but Vladimirov, well, they are literally equal on pace, so the gap has stabilised. But it is more to the point of how close will Fernando Pemre get to Marius Mazinas. Mazinas, excuse me, crosses the line and is 1.5 seconds ahead. Whereas Martins Valts is now right with Marius Karsiaukas for 4th place. They were 2 tenths apart across the line last time around after lap 9. We're on lap 10 with 3 minutes and 35 seconds on the timer remaining, plus an additional lap. And whether is Fernando Pemre starting to gather pace? If Mazinas has had a little bit of a moment, then Pemre will be there, and I think that gap is closing ever so slightly. Possibly sector by sector, maybe lap by lap. And Pemre is about 2.5 seconds up the road from Vladimirov. So, lap 10 completed, gap now back down to 1.4. So Pemre on that particular occasion, as Martins Valts was looking up the inside through turns 1 and 2 on Marius Karsiaukas, and the 2.73 from Lithuania holds station for the meantime. But the laps are counting down, the timer is running out, and Pemre has to try and do something. Try and make something special to try and get that pace to eclipse significantly what the race leader in front of him is doing. Gap now drops again. Another tenth. It's gone down to 1.3. If Pemre was taking chunks out of that lead, at least 3 to 4 tenths of a second, I could understand it. However, it's only just over a tenth. It's like 0.122 of a second, maybe 0.12 of a second, not even that Pember's just taken out of Mazinas. But Karsiaukas has got to be very, very careful because Martins Valts is there breathing down the back of his race suit and waiting for an opportunity to present itself. Now, we've seen dive bombs up the inside through turn 9, like we saw in the mini-final just a few moments ago. But at the moment, yes, with minis you can do that. Juniors, you might be very, very close to doing so. But the gap now, new fastest lap, Fernando Pemne, 52.470. The gap now is 9/10. Mayus Mazinas' last lap was a 52.894. And that is a whopping 0.424 of a second that Pemne has just taken out of Mazinas' lead. And Mazinas, is he starting to struggle? He's going to have to hold on because next time around we'll start the penultimate lap of the final. We're on lap number 13 out of what will be 15 laps in total. And Mazinas, how big is the lead going to be going on to the penultimate lap? Let's find out. 0.883. And responded, so Mazinas had a couple of issues. Might have had a couple of dramas, maybe going a little bit wide, going a bit too hot into corners, and maybe running a bit wide coming out of them. But the timer counts down once again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Time is up. Into turn 9 come our race leaders. Through into 10 and 11. The quick flick-flack chicane. And the piff-paff chicane. You want to add a little bit of je ne sais quoi to it. But one more lap to go. Mayus Mazinas leads from Fernando Pemne. Pemne who's been on a push. Gap is now 9/10 of a second. Pemne still holds the fastest lap of the race, but through into turn 3 for the final time. Mazinas has been very much relatively unchallenged until this particular point of the race weekend. And we've got 2 more finals to go after this one. But another driver that really has showcased their prowess here at Aukštadvario, here for round 4 of the season. The checkered flag waves and Mayus Mazinas does the clean sweep here in juniors. Ahead of Fernando Pemne with Timothy Vladimirov now rounding out the top 3. Marius Karsiaukas stays ahead of Martins Valts and a show of solid... Well, I know that there was a sign of sportsmanship coming there from Fernando Pemne from Estonia. Martins Valts, Nemunas Volbekas, Domantas Masiulovicius and Oskaras Kuoga round out the 8 finishers in that race. But Mayus Mazinas wins junior for round 4 in the final here at Aukštadvario at this wonderful karting circuit. So in the meantime, there has been a change in the results for the Minimax final, where unfortunately we have a different third place driver due to driver 112 unfortunately not meeting technical requirements, reference the carburettor. So we have had a change with regards to that result post-race, I'm afraid. So a new top three. So we now have the presentation for our top three for juniors. There has been an amendment post the final, that our second place driver now becomes Timothy Vladimirov, as Fernando Pemra was given a 5-second time penalty during the final. But Mayus Mazinas wins for juniors here at round 4. So 3 finals down, 2 to go. As next up, we're going to have our senior and senior masters drivers up very, very shortly. So after the 5-second time penalty given to Fernando Pemre, that drops the Estonian to 3rd in the junior final behind Timothy Vladimirov and eventual race winner Mayus Mazinas. We have had plenty of action over the course of the day here for round 4. Here at Aukštadvario for the Rotax Max Lithuania Challenge, with 2 more to go before we find out who will be heading to Sarno for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in southern Italy, amidst the shadows of Mount Vesuvius, between the 19th and the 26th of October this year. Again, the Baltic region provides standout talent and has been on very much display here in Aukštadvario for round 4. Big thank you to kartapart.com, your racing suppliers, and get the best karting gear from them at kartapart.com, where you'll find top tier, top flight and high quality racing equipment to be at the very peak of your powers in the world of karting. So calm briefly falls on the circuit here at Aukštadvario. But we have 2 more finals to go. We have Senior, then we have DD2 and DD2 Masters. As the seniors head onto the circuit for their final race of the weekend, let's take you through the starting grid ahead of 12 minutes, plus an additional lap. Dovydas Gudlevicius again has been one that has dominated proceedings, but we'll have Linus Bolonjevicius alongside on the front row for company. That's drivers 331 and 304. Oscar Savitsky in the 325 will be joined on row 2 by Noyos Gerolaitis in the 363. Alandas Aladavicius in the 333 will be joined by Hubertus Budvidis in the number 302 on row 3. Edvardas Funka in the 335 will be joined by the 373 of Armanda Sakalis, with Giftaros Dargilis, Julius Dagis and Henrikas Klepikas rounding out the 11-strong grid. 12 minutes plus an additional lap to decide our winner in the senior final before DD2 and DD2 Masters close out the show. And after every single race this weekend, as you've seen, from Nanos to the babies to every class, we have given out the trophies after the races have been completed. So the mind games start right now. Goodlovicious and Volunjevicious will be on the front row. Cosmic versus LN in terms of chassis providers. And now it's a case of waiting. It's down to Goodlovicious and Volunjevicious. Oh, and that's a bit too much of a hurried start. That is a full start straight away as one of the drivers pulls off. And that, oh no! Hubertus Budvidis pulls off the circuit. There was a lot of bumping and boring coming through out of the final corner, and Budvidis came to an abrupt stop out of the final corner and pulled into the dummy grid. So that is a false start. They're going to have to send him around again. So there is going to be a gap on the outside of row number 3. So we're going to slow it all down again, right once more. And now it is a case of everyone having to get into position. There is going to have to be a gap where Hubertus Budvidis will be, and that is on the outside of row number 3. So alongside Alandavicius, there must be Alandavicius. There should be a gap formed, from my understanding. However, it's Goodlovicious and Volunjevicious on the front row, Savitsky and Geloditis on row 2. Let's see if we can get things underway for the second time of asking. The drivers now will put the pedal to the metal out of the final corner. Revs rise, lights are out of the senior finals underway. Goodlovicious leads them into turns 1 and 2 on the opening tour. And looks like Savitsky has dropped out, well, is ended up 4th. 3rd now is Norris Gelolitis. Aladovicius holding station in 5th place as they go through into turn 6. Now it's the short shoot up to the fast left-hander here at turn 7. Down the hill for the first time they go. But a real shame for Hubertus Budvidis that unfortunately came to a stop. The car technically failed and gave the 302 something to forget about this season. However, Goodlovicious is pulling away. It was nearly 2 wheels on the grass coming out of the final corner on the completion of the opening lap. So now a bit of a dogfight's going to start to emerge because you've got more than 4 drivers battling over second place. I count 7. So Volunjevicious ahead of Geloditis. Volunjevicious is about 6.5 tenths behind. Oh, and that is a brilliant move by Alandavicius, taking complete advantage of Savitsky going up the inside through at turn 6 on Geloditis, and the door was more than wide open. I think you could have put a double-decker bus through that gap, and Alandavicius went, thank you very much. I'll take that every day of the week. So now things are going to get very, very heated at certain points on the circuit. 10 minutes plus 1 additional lap still to go in the final for senior. We have 10 runners and riders still competing. And just behind Henrikas Klapikas is Amanda Sakalis in the 373. Just ahead of them is Noya Shadalitis, who's lost out to Edvardas Funker in the meantime. Funker now up into P5 on the 335 Birillart. could be the two that we really need to keep our eyes on, along with Oscar Savitsky in P3 on the 325 parallel. So second, third and fourth. Hotly contested. Now having the opportunity from the opposition behind. And what's more, try and see if they can also do a number on Dovydas Gudlevicius. But Gudlevicius at the minute has been the driver that no one has been able to catch. Volonjevicius is the one that has been closest to do so, but the gap is further expanding. Last time around, Gudlevicius 51.35, Linus Volonjevicius 51.83. That is a huge gap to lose in some respects, but when you're having to battle away, you're having to conserve a little bit. Now, what we saw in the previous race with Fernando Peña closing in on Magnus Mazelis in the seat in the series. As those drivers there. But more to the point, Oscar Savitsky reaching the fastest of the three. He was the fastest of the three last time around. At 51.593 for the 325, running on the parallel. So the driver's coming out of turn number 6 into the left-hander here at 7. And Savitsky just trying to wrestle with the steering on that 325 parallel. Vicious is just absolutely flying at the minute. 51.143. And in comparison with the 51.504 for the driver in second, Vicious has got to watch his 6 because Savitsky is waiting the wings to try and put a move through. As we are 20 seconds away from halfway with this 12-minute plus an additional lap adventure here in the senior final. And Savitsky getting a little bit braver on the brakes and also using Alavicius as a marker. When is Savitsky going to throw it up the inside of Alavicius? It could be sooner than you think. It's not going to be here through at turn number 4, but someone has kicked up the dirt. Was that Gudlevicius? Possibly. Might have been, I'm not 100% sure. In the meantime, Hubertus Budvidis has managed to get the kart going again and is 4 laps out, well, probably 4 laps down off of the race leader as we head into the final 5.25 minutes. Savitsky again just hustling over the curve with the parallel. Careful. Could have been a bit of a drama there for the 333. Savitsky still just waiting. Still just biding time and hoping an opportunity is going to present itself. It could come through turn 6. You can see how late on the brakes Oscar Savitsky was. Savitsky. Oh, dives to the inside. Went to the outside through the final corner. Tried the Nigel Mansell dummy into turn 1 and nearly got the job done on the 333. My goodness me, that was absolutely close. And then some. Savitsky had intestinal fortitude assisting him on that one. And that is what I like to call the terminology, the 4-letter word, known simply as guts. And Savitsky, finally, the next lap around, gets through. Just literally throws it over the curbing, because it was Ladovicius got a little bit sideways coming into the final corner. Savitsky just went, watch this, up the inside. He went, got the job done, and Savitsky now is in P3. In the meantime, Klepikas has closed in on them as well. So the 321 has been running in the high 51.6s. So, I don't think Ladovicius is quite out of the woods yet. Neither is Savitsky. There is an opportunity that any one of these three drivers will pick up third. Ladovicius, okay, is second and is probably the best part of 2.5 seconds up the road. We're going to find out as Oscar Savitsky crosses the line. 2.6 seconds up the road. So with these three covered by about 0.6 of a second, anything is possible. And Klepikas has just really been motoring along. Ladovicius has put in a couple of laps ago the best lap time of a 51.020, as that was the move. There was a change. And is Klepikas in front of Ladovicius? It's a yes. That was at turn 5. So Oscar Savitsky, just be careful, because the driver behind you is absolutely flying. Klepikas did a 51.630 on the last lap. Savitsky 51.790. Okay, the lap times are going to be slightly different. Klepikas still, with the overtake on the Ladovicius, managed to do a 51.863. And I cannot believe I'm going to say this, Oscar Ladovicius on lap 12 of the final has just put in a 50.952 second lap time. Has broken the 51 second barrier and has a 5.2 second advantage. There's the race leader there. You know what they say, if you haven't really kept your eyes on the leader that much, he's been doing a pretty good job. And as what is going to be, I think probably, if you're lucky, we might get 3 laps. It might be 2 at a push, or 3 at a push, 2 definite. And Henrikas Klepikas is within 0.8 of a second of Oscar Savitsky, but Savitsky has a little bit of pace, I think, maybe to spare, just to eke out a little bit more of an advantage coming into the final few moments of this senior final. It's going to be close. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, was that on the bubble? That was on the bubble. So 2 laps to go. Oscar Ladovicius has stretched it out for another lap. So on lap 15 out of 16, Savitsky getting a little bit sideways whilst rotating the car through turn 1 and 2. And is 7.5 tenths ahead of his nearest rival, Henrikas Klepikas. This could be a very well-deserved podium for the number 325. Oscar Ladovicius is not that far away from starting the final lap of this race and of their weekend. So there is the race leader, Oscar Ladovicius, through turn 14, now into 15. Last lap of the weekend for seniors. Race leader makes his way into turns 1 and 2 on the 16th and final lap around this 1.2 kilometre 15 turn circuit anti-clockwise. And it really has showcased some great racing so far this weekend. Of course, the championship will return in 3 weeks' time on the 24th of August. The penultimate round of the 2024 RMC Lithuania. But what can you say about Dovydas Gudlevicius? Unrelenting. And also very much dominant and unchallenged. Because out of the final corner, Dovydas Gudlevicius does the clean sweep in seniors. The 331 is the number one and wins by 7.1 seconds ahead of Linus Volunjevicius, with Oskar Savicki rounding out the top three. Henrikas Klepikas got to within 3.5 tenths by the end of the race, with Arlanda Saladovicius, who was at one point holding on to P3, but ended up fifth ahead of Edvardas Fonka, Noyes Gerolaitis, Amanda Sakalis, Ivitas Dagilis, Julius Dagis, and Hubertus Bulfidis rounding out the 11 finishers. Bulfidis finishing 4 laps off of our eventual race winner, Dovydas Gudlevicius, here in the senior final. So in some respects, that was one incident I didn't actually see, which was Oskar Savicki ending up going over the back of Arlanda Saladovicius, with the number 333 having a slightly noisier exhaust than normal, which is quite a surprise. But we will very shortly be getting underway with our top 3 presentation for our top 3 drivers. Turn 2, crashing the bumpers, and there is the contact with the exhaust on the Ladovicius. Team at no limits for the replay there. So Julius Dagis takes away a trophy for completing the senior masterclass, the only driver out of the total races that we had in that. Of course, there you see DD2 and DD2 Masters ready for their last race. It'll be 14 minutes plus an additional lap, but we are just waiting, I'm sure, for our top 3 for Senior Max. So they're having to go through the weighbridge and get themselves weighed to make sure that we do have them on there. So we get ready to do our top 3 Senior Max presentation at the moment. So in third position, Oscar Savitsky. Our second place driver, Linas Volunjevicius. And the winner in the senior final, driver 331, Dovydas Gudlevicius. Now time for our final race of the weekend. It is going to be DD2 and DD2 Masters. Let's take you through the starting grid. Tomas Rudokas will start from pole position, and alongside him on the front row, he's pretty much been his shadow so far this weekend, Maxim Shurkov. So the race due to take place over 14 minutes plus an additional lap. We've got Edgars Vilkans and Martinas Stankiewicz rounding out the top 2 rows. Mikolas Mazinas and Pritsai, the leading DD2 Masters drivers, are on row 3 ahead of Martinas Balsiunas, Marius Naboraitis, Lukas Leonovicius and Paulius Latakas. That is your starting grid. So 14 minutes plus an additional lap on the timer. The drivers getting steeled and ready. They want to get this thing underway at the first time of asking. The red lights are on. Are the red lights out? No. Full start. We're going around again. So the field makes its way through into turn number 9. Tomas Rudokas trying to hold them up a little bit and just try and make sure that he's fully concentrated and ready for that race start. He's got to anticipate what Maxim Shurkov will do, and sometimes The driver on the outside of the front row might be able to get... We've seen it a couple of times today. They've gone round the outside through turns 1 and 2 and made the move complete by turn 3. So, never say never. As they keep us waiting as they come through the final corner into the tram lines. Are we underway? Well, it's 16 minutes plus an additional lap, not 14 minutes according to live timing. As Maxim Shirko, I thought that might happen. Maxim Shirko round the outside at turn 2, gets through on Tomas Rudokas as Pritsai tries to get his elbows out alongside Martina Stankiewicz, and the 433 says, no, that's not going to happen, Prit. I know you too well. I've raced you too often. But Maxim Shirko now leads the opening lap of this race, having got quickly past Tomas Rudokas through into turn 2, and did the old M&M round side, and that is exactly what he needed to do. And I thought that might be the only opportunity that the man from Lithuania would have, and that's exactly what has just happened. Adjustment on the radiator flap by the 435. Edgars Vilkans very much close in proximity, so the top 3 are not that far apart, and Vilkans dives up the inside of Rudokas. The 471 gets through for second place. Now we've got a race on our hands. Rudokas trying to keep with Vilkans. Now this is the only opportunity that these drivers have. Oh, Rudokas is very, very sideways on the left rear coming out of turn 14, and meant that the 426 had a little bit of a misstep. But I'm wondering, when Shirko got round the outside of Rudokas, did he foul up the start a little bit? I mean, if he didn't shift up early enough to get the traction down, then that can sometimes cause you a problem. So, 13 and a half minutes to go plus an additional lap. Maxim Shirko now leads after 3 laps. He's kept his grasp on this race. However, Edgars Vilkans will not want the 435 to get away into the distance. He cannot afford for that to happen if he wants to hit the winner's step. And what's more, he's got the young charger of Tomas Rudokas right with him in his wheel tracks, pushing him along. The top 3 did 51.8s respectively, but Vilkans was fractionally. And by fractionally, I mean 3 1,000ths of a second slower, faster than Rudokas in third place. Stankiewicz is about 3/10 of a second off their pace on a mid 52.1. But he's staying ahead of Pritsai. Of course, Stankiewicz competing in DD2, not Masters as we've seen for many a year. Rudokas has just responded and has gone quicker than anybody. 51.536 seconds by the 426. And he really now is starting to say to Edgars Vilkans, right, we're level on pace. We know we can catch the leader. Let's go after him. At the moment, Pritsai is about 6/10 of a second ahead of Nicolas Razinas in the battle for the race lead and the class win in DD2 Masters. Pritsai 5th, Razinas 6th. Lucas Leonovicius is currently 3rd in Masters, down in 9th, as Vilkans again puts in another fastest lap. He goes half a tenth quicker than Maxim Shirko. 31.357, plays 51.402. Rudokas is keeping Vilkans very honest by running in the mid 51.4s. It was a 51.464, but you can tell that Rudokas is now starting to get a little bit, I wouldn't say the word impatient, but is very eager, very willing to try and see if he can get past on Vilkans. But Vilkans has had a lot of years of experience in this class and is no pushover. Now, is the gap coming down between Shurko and Vilkans? That's the key thing I want to see here. And it is stabilising. Oh, dearie me. The top three on that last lap, on pure lap pace, were 32 thousandths apart from each other. Shurko, 51.304. Vilkans, 51.309. Rudokas, 51.336. And Mikolas Mazinas is now closing in on Pritsai for the DD2 Masters class lead in P5. They were 2.5 tenths of a second apart after 6 laps. And we've had the first sub 51.2 second lap time by Edgars Vilkans in P2. He's got the gap down to under half a second, whereas Mikolas Mazinas is averaging anywhere up to a tenth of a second quicker than Pritsai. Look deep into the inside of turn number 4, turn 5, now through 6. Through turn 9, Mikolas Mazinas trying to hustle along Pritsai in the meantime, whereas the top 3 are just over 8.5 tenths of a second apart from each other. Well, another change in fastest lap as Mazinas was looking at the inside of Pritsai into turn number 3 there. Or turn 2 there, and did not get through and make the move stick, whereas Thomas Rudokas, new fastest lap of the race, 51.181. But the battle for the class lead in DD2 Masters is very much heating up as they're coming through down the hill out of turn number 11. Leaders coming through out of turn number 15. And Shurko's lead has been slightly truncated. Oh, another new fastest lap. 2 on the bounce for Thomas Rudokas. 51.163. Shurko sets the new personal best. 51.268. That is a tenth slower than the driver in P3 chasing him down. He's also trying to chase down and get past Edgars Vilkans. Up until this point, Thomas Rudokas has been comfortable in the lead of the race. However, Shurko was able to get through. Pardon me. And now we've had another response. Well, I can't believe this. The top 3 drivers are lapping quite literally on a stable, consistent pace with each other. Shurko, 51.129, new fastest lap of the race. Edgars Vilkans, 51.150, personal best. Thomas Rudokas, 51.197, 34 thousandths off of his best lap time in this race. Pritsai and Mikolas Mazinas, who you see on your screens again, they are literally not that far apart. Mazinas seems to be a little bit more aggressive under braking and through the curving as well. You can just see how hard he's pushing that kart. As there we finally have it, after multiple laps of waiting and multiple patient attempts by Nicolas Mazinas to get through on pit side, the man from Aqua Racing. And that is the change for the DD2 Masters class lead with just over 6 minutes remaining on the timer. So now Mazinas has got to do the defending. And pit side has sometimes showcased how his veteran skill really translates into a surprising overtake move. However, the top three, they're all running in 51.0s. This is incredible, consistent, metronomic pace by this top three, being led by Maxim Shirko. And Edgars Vilkans is within half a second, and then a further 3 or so tenths back is Tomas Rudokas. So don't tell me this race is over quite yet. There is still time for potential inevitabilities happening. So the pace has slightly subsided from the front runner as Edgars Vilkans chops the lead down to 0.3 of a second. Rudokas is just a further half second back and is waiting in the wings to see if anything transpires in front. That could very well happen. Nicolas Mazinas in the battle for DD2 Masters class supremacy has got a lead of over 9.5 tenths of a second ahead of pit side, so the minute he got past him, he was able to pull a gap. Maxim Shirko at the moment has led every single corner bar turn 1. As soon as he got past Tomas Rudokas on the opening turn, on the opening lap, he has not looked back so far. He will be given instructions by his mechanic as if to say, right, it's closing in on you, start pushing. So if you serve a little bit through the midway phase of the race, and that's just not conserving the kart underneath you, but also conserving your energy. That could also help in the grander scheme of things. So we are coming down to the final 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and still only a second separates this top three here. It is going to come down to the wire, possibly. It depends on whether that's going to be for first or whether that's going to be for the overall top three. Lap 16 completed. Maxim Shirko puts in a 51.177. Edgars Vilkans 51.151. Tomas Rudokas, quickest of the trio, 51.114. But none of the trio have hit their highest of a low, and what I mean by low is dead low, 51.0 second lap time. So, 3 laps to go. We're going to hit 20 laps of this 1.2 kilometre, 15 turn anti-clockwise circuit here at Aukštadvario to conclude what has been a drama-filled and exciting race day here 60 kilometres west of the capital city of Vilnius. But Shurko has made it count where it matters the most. In the last race of the weekend, you want to be at flat chat, full throttle, no real lift. Gunning it every single time you get it round one of those corners. So timer has expired. Last lap of the meeting, and Shurko has a lead of just around 4/10 on Edgars Vilkans, who's got to try and do something here. It may be too little, too late. More than likely the same for Tomas Rudokas. Nicolas Mazinis is on course for the win in DD2 Masters this time around. But Maxim Shurko out of turn 6, down the short run into turn 7, the fast left-hander down the hill, into the right-hander here at 8, the sweeper. Hard on the brakes, into the hairpin here at 9. The Piff-Paff chicane at turns 11 and 12. Now into 13 for the final time, into 14. From turn 2 on lap 1 to victory here in the final. Maxim Shurko takes the checkered flag, winning ahead of Edgars Vilkans. And a great show of sportsmanship between Shurko and Vilkans. And there is Rudokas rounding out the overall top 3. Martinas Stankiewicz. It's going to be a very happy man because his driver has just picked up the winner's spot. Nicolas Mazinas takes the win in DD2 Masters ahead of Pritsai. Martinas Balciunas rounds out the 5th and final runner in DD2. Marius Noboraitis takes the DD2 hobby class win, finishing 8th, ahead of Lukas Leonovicius, who rounds out the top 3 in Masters, with Paulius Latakas completing the 10 finishes after 19 laps of racing. But Maxim Shurko with the round the outside move on turn 2 on Tomas Rudokas would comfortably control proceedings and take the win in the final race of the weekend here at Aukštadvario. So just one more bit of business to come through very shortly after the drivers go through onto the weighbridge. A bit of a handshake there between Tomas Rudokas and Maxim Shurko. So the drivers will have to get onto the weighbridge. We've got the 1, 2, 3 boards out on the final corner of the circuit, and then we'll be heading there very, very shortly to give out the trophies for DD2 and DD2 Masters very shortly. Of course, the bumpers will be checked. But some great moves earlier on. Oscar Saleski on Alandovicius. A bit early on in the senior final. Really close battle. You're just going to see that slight moves like that, and the 333. Well, the noise wasn't bad enough on the exhaust to potentially cause a problem. But yes, it was close quarter combat all the way through the day here at Aukštadvario. There was Rodrigo Kakas having dramas in the mini-final. There was one of the Kaladovicius triplets having an issue as well. But
Just goes to show how quickly things can turn. That was the early incident in the mini-final that we had going through into turn number 2. But a big thank you to cartopart.com, your racing supplies for anything that you need, from race helmets, race suits, gloves, anything you need, they will be able to provide you with it. So shop for the best karting gear here, and if you are in the Baltic regions, at cartopart.com. A big thank you to them for their ongoing support of the Rotax Max Lithuania Challenge here in 2024. So there we go, the top 3 boards for our top 3 in the respective classes for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Of course, we can't forget about our DD2 hobby driver, the number 404 of Marius Naburetis, that also competed in this and also finished a very respectable 8th. In 8th overall in the final. And once this is done and dusted, we'll then pack things away for another 3 weeks before round 5 of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania for 2024. Well, even though I've just had a steward's decision come in that Miklas Mazinas broke formation by 2 wheels out of the tram lines, giving him a 3-second time penalty, but is still more than comfortable for him to pick up the... That'll be Miklas Mazinas picking up the DD2 Masters class win. We are just waiting for the drivers to make themselves available for the... final 2 trophy presentations before we close out proceedings here at Aukštadvario. A big thank you to everyone that's been watching on the official Rotax Max Lithuania channel YouTube channel. A big thank you to all the marshals. A big thank you to everyone behind the scenes, from administration, timekeeping, stewards, race control, race director, also everybody that has been a part and parcel of this, including the drivers, the teams, the paddock, the families, and the support networks that have been here with us all the way through this weekend. So we get our first trophy handed out to our DD2 hobby driver, number 404 of Marius Naburetis. So we're going to hand out our trophies. 3rd place in DD2, Tomas Rudokas. 2nd place goes to the 471 of Edgar Zvilkans. And our winner in the final for round 4, Maxim Shurko.
Well, with that being done, that is it for round 4 of Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania from the karting circuit here at Aukštadvario. A big thank you to you all for tuning in on the Rotax Max Lithuania Challenge YouTube channel. A big thank you to Edgar's and the team at No Limits for providing all the live stream action. It's been a real pleasure calling the action once again. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, wishing you all a very, very lovely weekend. We'll see you in 3 weeks' time, back here, same place, in just 3 weeks' time, as round 5 of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania season gets underway here in Aukštadvario, with one more round after that to conclude the 2024 Road to Sarno. Goodbye.